Okay. I can see that right now we are live. And Naomi? Naomi?
Yes, you all are now live on YouTube.
Okay.
Yes, so everyone should have gotten a pop-up.
Yes, I think that, well, at least I got it. So
yes,
I guess that now, yeah, okay. So now I guess that you will make me host again. I'm not host. Guys, let's wait just 1 minute. A friend, hi. Until Naomi make me host, so I can just
Yes,
start
I'm going to give
recording.
you hosting back now. Sorry, just a minute.
Okay, sure. So I can just start to record the session and we can just start. Sorry.
Okay, so Ruben, you're now the host, and
Okay.
when you guys go on break, just make sure that you don't close the Zoom, because when you close your Zoom, then you will break the connection with YouTube, and y'all should be set for the whole day. And I'll be popping in to take screenshots for us to share on social media. And if you don't want a screenshot, please put it in the chat now, so I know you don't want your work or your face shared on social media. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Naomi. Well, so what I will do is just to record the session for us, if you don't mind. So I'm just recording. So thank you so much and apologies for this short delay. So if you allow me just to share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. Yes.
Yes, of course. Great. So first of all, again, apologies for this short delay. The first thing that I would like is just to thank all our great guest reviewers for today. A friend, Gabri Mariam from Addis Ababa University, that I saw his face just a few seconds ago, that he's just also with us. Olani Egunet from Harvard University. Also, thank you, Olani, for being here today. Patricia Minguito from Tulane University. Patricia, where are you on? Okay, hello, thank you so much. And Sergio Arvales, also from Tulane University. Thank you so much for making time to join us today. This will be the guest for our second session that I will just present introduce them in the afternoon. But let me, just explain you a kind of general frame of our research. What we are trying to deal is with, with all these big issues that we are having, that we are experimenting worldwide, as you can see in this image in European flooding in 2021, but also here in New Orleans, that we are very aware of that. So most of these issues that they are occurring because of climate change issues. So the general question of our studio is what can we do as architects and urbanists to design more resilient settlements? I think that this is one of the most important questions, not only just to make ourselves here within the studio, but also as a professionals, and as architects, once we are, beyond these limits of the university, of the school. Let me just introduce you, especially to Sergio and Patricia. Addis Ababa is the capital of Ethiopia, and here you can see the zoning map, but we prefer to see Addis Ababa with this map, because as a difference between, for example, a big difference that is between Addis Ababa and New Orleans, is that here in New Orleans we have a big city, very wide city, but in Addis Ababa, as you can see here, there are all these small rivers and creeks that all of them, they zoom like more than 60 kilometers. So as you can see, the city, or most part of the city, is always very close to one of these water bodies. Actually, when we just overlap these two maps, the zoning and the river map, you can see, as I mentioned before, no, that most part of the population is living very close to a water body, no, less than 1.5 kilometer to a water body is an average, or what? Sorry, one more than an average, a maximum distance that most part of the citizens can live from a water body, as I'm saying. So due to this homogeneity in terms of relation between a water body and the city, our idea is not just, just to design or to address some issues or some urban issues in the whole city, but just to focus in a specific part. No, in this case, we are focusing in the Upper Kevana River, that is the area that you have highlighted here in this slide, from Entoto Mountain on the north of the city to what is more or less the city center, which is in Peacock Park, very close to Meskeler Square. No, that is, we can say, the heart of the city of Addis Ababa. No. Also, something important is that, the city, the foundation of the city was due to the presence of some hot springs, some water bodies very close to what is nowadays the city center. No, as you can see here, the hot springs in the foreground of this image, and the palace of the Emperor Meneli II on the background. No, because at the beginning they settled down their the palace in Entoto Mountains, but they bring this palace, and therefore they founded the city due to the presence of not only a better climate, a warm climate, but also the presence of these water bodies, as I say. But the relation between the water bodies and the city nowadays is like that. No, so we can see that the most of the rivers and the creeks that we can see in the city nowadays are like open air ditches, no, or open air dumpster, where everybody just throw everything directly. No, but as we can see also in this image, the rivers, the water of the rivers are still very needed in the city for different reasons. So our idea, it will be used to use, or has been to use, river as urban catalyst. No, so when we are seeing a problem, when we can see maybe a problem, our strategy is to see just the opposite, to try to flip that situation. Because also, as you can see in this image, we can see all this beauty, because Addis Ababa has also all this beautiful landscape full of this, vegetation, this light, and also, well, as you can see, always very close to the water rivers. So what we have been doing also in the studio, we have divided the studio in different steps. This is the 4 iteration that we are having in this studio. And from the first iteration, we have always divided in an analysis and diagnosis step. That is the first one. That is where we highlighted different or the main urban issues that we think that as architects and urbanists we can address. And as you can see here, 3 of them are more related with water, that is flooding, water scarcity, and water pollution. And 2 of them that they are more related with what we call lack of infrastructure or mobility, and lack of basic facilities. Then in the next step, what we have been doing is always start to the speculative process, or the speculative phase, where we have designed a sustainable infrastructure for this Upper Kevana River, from Peacock Park in the south of this area to the north part of the city, and the north part of our intervention, that is Peacock Park. No, always, along the main element of the Upper Kevana No, and then in a third step is when we zoom in a little bit more, and is where the students have developed a more urgent and in some cases individual interventions within that master plan, always within that Upper Kevana River and within that master plan. And for that, we have selected from the beginning 4 main spatial conditions. No, 2 of them are more related with a natural escape, we can say, that is the meander and the branch, and 2 of them are more related with a urban escape, that is the bridge and the corridors. So what you will see today is that each student, the first or one of the first decisions was just to select with me the place and therefore the spatial condition that they will develop today. No. Then, as I mentioned before, this is the fourth and last iteration of the research studio. We were lucky to travel to Ethiopia during the first one, during 2019, but we haven't been able to travel in the last iteration, and also we haven't been able to travel this year. In this case, all these students are undergraduate students. All of them, I think that this year are students of the fourth year of the Bachelor of Architecture or Bachelor of Science of Architecture. And well, I think that here this will be just the last slide from my side. I don't know if Sergio, Patricia, Polani, Efrem, do you have any questions about the studio?
Not from my end. Looks good. Yeah.
Let's start.
So the idea will be like, we will have like 5 students that they will share their screen with you. They have like between 10 and 12 minutes just to show, just to explain their project. And then we will have again, you know, like 12, 15 minutes also to give some feedback. Okay, during this session in the morning, I think that I already mentioned that we will see 5 projects and we will finish hopefully, you know, a few minutes before 12 p.m. here in New Orleans. So if there are not other questions, Jeremy, I think that you are the first one. Okay, so whenever you're ready, you can share, sorry, your screen.
All right, so first I want to make sure everyone can hear me. Is that true? Can everyone hear?
Yes.
All right, great. And
Yes.
then I want everybody to be able to see my screen.
Yes.
Is it moving?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Okay, great.
Perfect.
Awesome. I'm just going to start. Hello, my name is Jeremy Goldberg, and this is my proposal for the Comoros Parkway intervention. So the first issue in Addis Ababa that I'd like to bring up is flooding. Addis Ababa is affected by a couple types of flooding: flash floods, river flooding, groundwater flooding, and surface water flooding. This puts approximately 30,000 housing residences at risk for flash flooding. Additionally, there's a threat of increased rainfall. By 2030, there's an expected 30 to 50% increase in yearly rainfall from the annual about 46 inches of rainfall. The next issue is sanitation. People are moving further and further away from the city center, making it more difficult for them to access proper sanitation. The city's residences are few connected to the piped sewage system, and it's mainly in dense residential areas closer to the city center. So there's also a lack of facility access. The city has resorted to utilizing vacuum trucks to collect liquid waste because there are too few sanitary locations where people can access formal restrooms. And as I said earlier, only 7% of the residences are connected to the piped sewage system, so people resort to throwing trash in the rivers or other ways of disposing waste. This connects directly into the issue of pollution. Piles of trash build up from residents who are not served by the city waste management program end up in the river, just like the image you see here. Sewers directly dump their runoff and human waste into the river, which further pollutes the river and is also caused by a lack of infrastructure in the sewage and water management system. There's also an issue in the cycle of water use. Residents of Addis Ababa rely on the natural water supply for daily actions such as bathing, laundry, and crop irrigation. And with polluted water, there are serious health risks. Zone 7 is located in the subcity of Yeka. Yeka has an estimated population of about 488,000 people and is home to a wide range of geographic and anthropological features. The subcity spans just about 86 kilometers in area and has a population density of 5,600 people per square kilometer. Due to its dense population, Yeka boasts bustling urban blocks filled with public amenities, commercial hubs, and is close to the residential epicenter of Addis Ababa. So you can see a full map of Addis, and in red is Zone 7 in Yeka. Oh, okay, yeah. So my main project takes place on Comoros Street. Komoro Street is one of the main motorways in Addis Ababa. It spans 1.23 kilometers total, and the intervention area spans from the Cabana Square roundabout on the left-hand side of the zone and the Megananga Diaspora roundabout on the lower right-hand side of the zone. Komoro Street is an 8-lane motorway that continuously has a backup of traffic moving in and out of the city center. Due to its size and location within the topographical and urban context, Komoro Street is subject to many issues, both naturally occurring and created by humans. These issues include steep topographic changes from the surrounding Entoto mountain range, dense residential areas, flash flood prone areas, and an overwhelming amount of green space from the mountain range. Seen here is a typical section of Komoro Street. The 8 traffic lanes are divided by a large grassy median, and both sides of the street are surrounded by heavily wooded areas on the base of the Entoto mountain range. It's also an asymmetrical condition, meaning that, here, I'm gonna go back so you can see. Sometimes one side of the street contains residential blocks and the other contains wooded areas that are private spaces for embassies, or the Yucca Park down on the bottom right-hand side. And sometimes it's surrounded on both sides by residential blocks. The immediate context of this corridor contains a plethora of programmatic elements that are divided by central streets. Starting at the Cabana Square roundabout, pedestrians pass the Belgian, Russian, Kenyan, and British embassy plots, as well as a set of primary and secondary schools. Further east down the road, the residential program takes over. Large apartment complexes and dense residential pockets in yellow overwhelm the roadway from both sides. In addition, several public service buildings along this corridor, such as the Industrial Parks Department, Yucca Police Station, and the Marathon Mall. At the far right end of Komoro Street, Gage University College is found near Yucca Park. These 2 amenities are large gathering spaces for residents of all ages. Providing easy access to these public spaces is another goal of architectural intervention. And additionally, this supplemental map in red shows the locations of, in red, access to formal sewage locations, and in blue, access to formal drinking water locations. So you can see that right in our zone, which is dark red, means that there's decent access, but not much, or not as little access as the light red. Here's a look at the overall existing site plan for this urban corridor. So right now, the streets just kind of come together. It's all 4 lanes one way and 4 lanes the other way going between the 2 roundabouts. This master plan concept involves the intersection of many meandering paths. Similar to the river, each filter of the project is set on a winding path down the mountainous topography. So seen in red is the proposed kind of motor vehicle traffic that'll meander down instead of just going straight one way and the other. And then seen in a thin blue line is going to be the blue corridor surrounded by meandering pedestrian paths. And then speckled in are the built typologies that I'm going to go over in a second in red dots. So here's the master plan proposal. This master plan proposal introduces a main intervention and 3 typologies along the span of Komoro Street. The first intervention is a severe reduction in space available for motor traffic. In place of the previous 8-lane motorway, Komoro Street will boast an impressive 1.2 kilometer long linear parkway with paths for running and biking, various vistas, and built typology to foster public gathering spaces and public service. The second main intervention is a bioswale that aims to slow flooding and river overflows, as well as provide a blue corridor on Komoro Street during the rainy season. Throughout the parkway, 3 distinct typologies are proposed. Water treatment and cleaning facilities that provide formal restrooms with clean drinking water available are included in every single typology. These typologies build on each other as they get larger, and each one has more amenities than the next. Each typology is also a standard repeating unit that is found all down the master plan. This proposal utilizes a bioswale as its main form of water management. A bioswale is a corridor of plants and soil embedded in the ground that can hold large amounts of stormwater from a street or sidewalk. This strategy not only provides a green buffer separating vehicle and pedestrian traffic, but it's also a sustainable strategy for street flood management. Gravity slowly moves the water downward from the surrounding mountainous topography eventually reaching the parkway bioswale adjacent to the street. From there, water is carried further into one of the various river tributaries. So you can see that in blue is the existing path of the water, comes down the mountain topography, and then floods into the river, but that overflows onto the street because there are no kind of management strategies. So the red arrows would be now the new flow of water with the management strategies from the master plan. The bioswale is the main blue element of the Comoros master plan. Using various types of native vegetation, as well as various soil types, flood water is soaked up, filtered, stored, and slowly released back into the soil. In addition, some of the water is filtered through an overflow pipe to water storage tanks under small sanitation typologies to provide clean water access and help provide water in toilets and sinks. These are the three typology massings. The first and smallest typology includes a water cleansing station and functioning restroom. The medium typology contains that same water station unit with the addition of small gathering spaces like coffee shops or yoga studios. The largest typology contains all of those elements, but are arranged in such a way that a public plaza is additionally formed in the center of these buildings. So here is the first typology. You can see it's small and hexagonal shape, which helps kind of mirror the meandering path, which it'll show in context soon. You can see that it collects rainwater from the top of the building, filters it and cleans it and stores it, and then slowly releases it down into various restrooms, drinking fountains, and sinks. Here's the medium typology. You can see that there's one of those water station units and then a small, cafe. People are sitting down inside the other unit. And then the larger unit, you have, a cafe space, a sort of lounge space where there's a performance going on. You also have the water treatment, and then there's just multiple indoor spaces, and then they all surround a plaza outdoor gathering space, which will be seen in plan shortly. So here are the three kind of chosen zones that we're going to look at more in depth at a more zoomed in scale. The first one at the top left features kind of this initial bend of Comoros Street coming out of the Cabana Square roundabout. It has an intersection with the river, as well as some main side streets that are helping to filter water back into the river. The middle section also has an intersection with the river, as well as meandering side streets. And it has a couple more of those typologies. And then finally, down at the bottom right is a main four-way intersection on the street that we're going to look at. So here's a look at the first zone. You can see the bioswale, which is sandwiched between walking and biking paths and the main road. All three of these kind of paths intersect through various topography because the river is, as we saw in those pictures, it's deep ditches. So across the river, you have to have kind of bridges that are suspended. The bioswale also is cut into the ground, so that goes under the street, but the walking path has to go up and over the street. So you kind of have these weaving of different modes of transportation here. And then you can see in red the various built typologies and how they kind of are settled along the meandering of the path, as well as kind of that plaza unit down at the bottom. Here's a section of what that looks like. So you have kind of your motor vehicle traffic separated on either side by kind of trees. That provides a little bit of a green buffer for the two directional walking or biking path, which is surrounding the kind of bioswale, really green and blue corridor. Here's the middle typology. You can see this is another main intersection with the river. So you have a pedestrian bridge as well as a bridge for motor vehicle traffic. And you can see once again kind of how the street goes back and forth. And so at every turn that the street makes on the meander down the linear park, it's an opportunity to kind of slow and control the flow of traffic, and also an opportunity for vistas for anybody that is traveling in a car. And then here's a section of that. You can see that now the road has kind of gone further off to the right. You have more separation between the two walking paths, and the bioswale is continuing to meander back and forth. And then here's the final intersection. You can see water cleaning stations up and down the path. People can stop in, for a drink of water, restrooms. As I said, this is a very dense area of the city. So providing as much access to sanitation and water to the public as possible is a good thing. And then here's the section of that. You see now the motorway is flipped to the other side to adjust for the directions of the side streets that are intersecting with Chamorro Street. And here is a full axon of the project. You can kind of see the full meander of the bioswale, as well as the white space, which is the road going from the Diaspora roundabout all the way to the Cabana Square roundabout at the top. Here's my works cited. This is another look at the master plan, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Thank you, Jeremy. So, well, thanks for the presentation. I think you have been identifying the issues you have found. I have one question for you, just to understand the goal you have been looking for. So,
yeah.
you need to provide one statement on your proposal. I mean, on your research and your proposal, which will be, I mean, which is the goal of the research and the proposal you have been working on.
So I think the main goal was, so I'm going to take a step back to the prior research I've been doing this semester, which has been on the lack of facilities across the city. And something that, continuously came up was that people are having to walk or bike or drive far distances to access any sort of facility, whether that's, a public gathering space, a public park, a functioning formal restroom with piped sewage system, or a place to get clean drinking water. So I figured that taking this kind of really dense, almost like gray, really motorized road and turning it into something that people want to, like a central location that people from the surrounding area can flock to for not only that public gathering space, but also sprinkled around has the rest of the facilities that they're lacking, and they no longer will have to travel as far, no matter where they live in this neighborhood. It's going to be a central main point of contention for roads all across the city. And so it's kind of just providing a beautiful space where people can access those amenities that they wouldn't have otherwise had access to.
All right. Yeah, because I mean, pardon for my lack of knowledge on this site, because I reckon that it's quite difficult for them to get drinking water on their homes, and basically you need to provide maybe small facilities when they can get access, and you can provide a better access to these assets from the, I mean, for the residents. I appreciate that. When I was looking at the site project you choose, I mean, this longitudinal street, I think it will be good because, I mean, you have been looking at the contour lines, you have been trying to understand how the topography works, and it's good. But I reckon, I mean, just looking at the contour lines you showed us before, I reckon that this street is mostly flat in somehow. But I'm missing maybe a little bit of more analysis on the topography, trying to understand how the site works. I mean, I don't know if there's a flat longitudinal street, or you have more variations in heights. So it would be good maybe just having research or have it work on a few longitudinal and cross sections, trying to understand how the site works, because at the end it's about water collection. And of course, you have been choosing, different areas to place your facilities, which is good. But is there any reason? Because you have equally divide the street to provide a similar density of these facilities for the residents. But is this location a proper location according to the topography and the environment conditions? That's one thing I would like to know. I mean, just trying to understand if these locations are the most appropriate location for collecting water, according to the topography, according to the site conditions. Because I think that sometimes, you are proposing architecture building elements to collect water, but sometimes as urban designers, we have another elements to work with. I'm thinking about trees, because just planting trees on the right location, the tree selection, at the end is about how you can collect water, how you can retain soil. Important. So some areas are more adequate to retain water. Some areas are more adequate to let water flow. So the urban design has to be with the vegetation selection, with the pavements you choose. If you are using hard surfaces, short surfaces, how you let water coming in, how you retain water. And in these sections, in the typical cross section, you are providing a solution on how to filter the water, how to retain the water, how these water filters to be reused. On the street section, also on the building facilities, no? Because you are collecting the water from the roof. So, but again, imagine that you are to redistribute this water to more residents. So maybe the location of these water facilities could be at the top, because you need gravity, and here or you can get mechanical systems to redistribute water. So the location for the selection of the plots for these facilities, I think, is quite important. So can you tell us how you select these facilities along the street? Is there any?
Yeah. So through previous iterations of this exact presentation and my project as it's been going along, I actually had a lot more context analysis about research into topography, flooding, where the water will go. It is not in this draft of the presentation because this one is focusing more on my intervention versus the site analysis. I guess, maybe that was a last minute lapse in judgment to leave that out. But so essentially the site itself, the street itself has been flattened out into kind of this like paved, just like really flat, bland roadway. But on either side, it's kind of steep sloping, going down and to the right. So you have coming from the top, sloping down, and then it flattens out at the street, which slopes down to the roundabout at the bottom right from the top left. So all of that water is coming from the top and going down the master plan, which is why a lot of the river water, when it overflows, it starts to go and bleed down onto the street from the main kind of river systems on the left, and then it kind of starts to go down and to the right onto the street, which is why the bioswale going all the way down, it'll collect any of that water, absorb it, and then bring it down to the next intersection with the river and dump it off into the tributary. So that was kind of the idea with water moving with the existing topography, and why the sanitation stations are all along the bioswale, kind of going down, Even though they're meant to catch rainwater, the bioswale is pumping some of the water for clean water to those sanitation stations as well.
All right. Yeah. I mean, I appreciate the effort in just having, I mean, finding a system that could be applied not only for these streets, so could be applied through the whole city, you know, through all these rivers. So in somehow it's good just designing one object. I mean, and by addition of different elements, you can create like a system, and this system could be used by I don't know how many residents. So maybe this will be. I mean, of course, we are at the university and we are doing this research, and this will be maybe okay. If we are to build this, and we are just to develop this idea. Of course, we need to collaborate with more engineers, more people around, because I mean it's not only about designing the facilities, it's about how they work. I mean, so how people use the facilities, because sometimes you need to teach people how to use these facilities, because it's about management, no? How it's not. I mean, what's the span life of these facilities? Are they going to be temporary, or is something that is fixed to one spot, or can you just move this around to another location so they can use this in remote areas? So this will be the next step, not just thinking how this system works. And of course, we need to do more calculations on this. How many cubic meters of rainwater we collecting, and how they are to be used, not just only for drinking water, or are going to be they using for cleaning clothes, or just for sanitation purposes. And I mean, that's one thing that could be also just implemented onto your design, no? Just thinking on I mean, the facilities, the concept facilities, this, and now how it's going to be used. I mean, it's that how to this system is going to be working for the community. Right. Again, just is that the concept, and we're going to think how to build this. Are these facilities built with local materials? Are going to be this? Is going to be like a prefabricated system that could be moved or could be fixed to one spot? Are they going to be built by local with local resources, or is going to be something that could be done with some funds, government funds, or whatever? So I mean, so this will be the next step. So my recommendation was I mean, of course, that's the end of the semester, and I think I appreciate all what you have done. Maybe this will be just moving forward, not just thinking how this is going to be used by the community.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Olani, I've seen that you have your raise.
Yeah. Hi, Jeremy.
Hi.
Thank you for your presentation. So yeah, first, congratulations on finishing this work. I have 3 thoughts or lines of thought to share with you. First, I thought the phase 1, from what I understood of the studio structure, your phase 1 analysis and diagnosis of the problems was really clear and successful. Like you had a good grasp on what those were. I would say I would encourage you to look at the opportunities. This is more my second point of in your analysis and diagnosis, like look for those things that are like acupunctural interventions you can make that are building upon the immense resources of the site and the culture, because that will, when you don't have resources in a context like this, right, there are all of these challenges in terms of resources to build facilities. You have to find the things that can help, leapfrog a project all the way into reality. And I think that would help this. And to Sergio's point about the use of the facilities, both in terms of like the water that's being collected in the bioswales, and also like the community impact, like how many jobs are being created by this? Like what's the ecosystem of this facility, and how does that transform the neighborhood? Like for example, in New York City, the Department of Environmental Protection has built about 10,000 bioswales, and they're to catch all of the stormwater coming into the city, and they're struggling actually to build the workforce needed to maintain that. That's in New York City. So it's like there are specialized skills that need to be built up in a society in order to maintain that kind of infrastructure. So thinking about the community aspect is, I think, really key with this kind of stuff. Yeah, that's really where the three kind of lines of thought I was thinking about. And yeah, that's it on my end. If you have any reflections or prompts to that, feel free.
Yeah, I mean, I think that exactly what you were saying about kind of taking the steps to leapfrog this project into reality is kind of the obvious next steps that need to happen. And so I think, you know, a lot of great points about like quantifying kind of the actual impact on the community that this would bring, and kind of showing other ways of representing that impact, not just kind of visually. And so, you know, that's particularly impactful to me, just because I feel like it's been so much about kind of the drawings and kind of the design concepts, just the aesthetics and the visualization, that you know, making time for or to kind of plan and realize those impacts is really important. So thank you for your thoughts. I really appreciate it.
My pleasure. Congratulations.
Thanks.
I'd like to say something about the work. Rowan, are you there? Can I proceed?
Please, Efren. Please, Dr. Efren. Yeah, please.
Okay. I would like also to congratulate Jeremy for your work. Points already made by Sergio and Nolani. I want to capitalize on the differences. With Jay's background, I would like to comment a few things about the area. It's a background information. For example, for Yerka, it is written as 86 kilometers to explain somehow the area. That part was not clear for me, since kilometer refers usually length, and you describe about area. And in relation to that as well, the Comoros Street here, it is the main part. You put it as 1.2 kilometer. Roughly the distance that you showed on the map could be close to 3 kilometers. You can recheck for that part. Comoros Street is a segment of the entire thing. For example, from the British Embassy up to the Diaspora Square, the street has a different name, Fikramariam, Abatajan, and the like. So that 1.2 kilometer probably can say something about only the Comoros Street, but the study area includes the other segment. So it will give clarity to our individuals confused with your work. And the hill up there, the exact name is Yerka. Again, for individuals who would like to use this research for local purposes, it explains better, because Ntoto is a little bit towards the north. So this specific field, the source of the water, the name is Yeka, like the subcity. So it's a Yeka hill explains it better. So these are from the geographical point of view. And in connection to the flooding, normally flooding is a big, increasingly big problem in ADDIS because of the changing morphology of the city, high runoff is created, less percolation is happening. So water immediately come to the streets, and it can be not easily avoided by the sewer lines. So there is a temporary flooding, and rivers also bulge in the lower parts of the city. So how far this segment or this street is really challenged by flooding? I'm not quite sure. So if it's a modeling element, it would have been better if it is associated with regular, because the street is wide. Usually I didn't expect so much flood happening in that area compared to the different parts of the city. If you relook that part, it will make the work more complete. And the sanitization, and this is sanitary, it's a big challenge in the city, and the proposed solutions also, I like it very well. And the Shora area, where you already mentioned that there is concentration of people is observed, that part, and the proposed solution with all the three types of sanitary facility solutions. Yeah, that the site selection, at the same time the details are better. So these are some of the reflections that I would like to share with you. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, one last comment, because unfortunately I'm going to need to leave, so I'm going to go through quickly. Thank you, Jeremy, for the presentation and also for the explanation of the project. I think that we have understood really well the issues of the site and the solution you have chosen. Thank you again for the accurate drawings of the analysis of the site. Maybe I missed some diagnosis ones that talk more about this idea of the two waters, one way of the water for nature and another way for water for humans, but they are really well. I'm sure that you know this reference about the Chinampas of Mexico City, or if you don't know about that, I advise you, or I suggest you to research about that, because they are one of your section in detail is so close with this reference, so maybe you can go through that. Yeah, I was only wondering about these hexagons, like using this shape, geometrical shape to give an answer to a problem that is more relationship with the nature. I think that your diagrams are your analysis drawings talk about more about this natural shape, this relationship that follows more the environmental language than your purpose to introduce like a human geometrical closed shape into this landscape. I know that it's like a good way, and it is one to give like a quick answer to a problem, and functionality. They are working because they solve this problem of the water for people. So for this is very well, but it's just to continue thinking about more this idea that Sergio introduced about the system, and not only like the pavilion. The point is more like working with along this line, not only with a few pavilions or interventions that are not linked together. It's more like talking about a proposal that could be developed along the territory for the future. And that's it. Thank you again for the bibliography that you have allowed us to see what have you researched about that. So very good.
Thank you both so much.
That's time, just so you know.
Thank you for your great comments, guys. I know that Patricia, you need to leave, so thank you so much for making time to join us, at least for this first presentation, and have a nice trip. You know that you are traveling, and well, our next students will be Bryce Okay, so Bryce, whenever you're ready, please share your screen. Okay, we can see your screen.
Everybody see and hear me all right?
Yes, please.
Oh,
Great,
good.
go ahead.
All right, great. Thank you. Start that. So yeah, hi, I'm Bryce Winter. If it lets me go. Oh, it took a minute to go. But yeah, so my area is Kazanchis. It's a subcity just north of the airport, has about moderate terrain, still experiences issues of like flooding and many of the other issues prominent in the city. But some of the things I've been looking at, you can see in this plan here in terms of connectivity, formal and informal housing, and that sort of thing. And I'll be mostly addressing it through bridges across the river to the right side, interventions in the branch area down at the bottom, and then mostly I'll be doing meander diversions and working within that. But one of the problems is flooding. This shows with 5 meters and 10 meters of the river in terms of flooding. And then the different houses show the formal and informal construction as well. And you can see that it's quite frequent, as shown here. There's more informal in construction in the flood zone than formal, because what the people do is they go more through infill practices to find open area that hasn't been constructed on yet to build semi-illegal houses that the government could take down, but they do it very temporarily. So I'm going to be working with that because housing is expensive and a lot of people are looking for changes there. And then in terms of economy, the other issue I'm addressing is specifically in relation to textile mills. That'll come up a little bit later. But my very first intervention on the larger scale was a couple of meander diversions as a way to create some low-lying areas for flooding, so that that area floods before other areas that have housing and stuff. And that area can also be related to a like riparian wetland area. And then going into the textile mills that I was discussing, the ones highlighted in red are the textile mills out of the formal and informal construction. They rely mostly on the informal context. But in my research, I found that there was a group that migrated down from Shirometa, which is a small subcity in the northern part of Addis Ababa, where there was a large textile industry of like street markets and doors weavers from southern Ethiopia, and they brought in a lot of tradition and cultural heritage that I'm trying to promote. But currently, traditional textile weaving practices are not profitable for the people doing it. So I'm trying to create more profitable markets and like infrastructure for them. So you can see that here they set up a lot of informal markets, like in the bottom left, with tents and stuff like that. And there are also a couple ones where you can rent out stalls. But pretty much all over the city, I've found that you can find pop-up markets of all sorts of interesting things to sell everywhere. Specifically in terms of textiles, they can create some fascinating patterns. They use mostly traditional weaving techniques. And there's a very social relationship in between it as well, where they teach family members and pass it down from generation to generation. Yeah. So anyway, continuing with those infill practices, I want to create something near where the textile weavers had already settled and created their own community, but I want to create something more specific to their type. So I want to create open air, like street markets that were live work type housing for these textile weavers. So yeah, you can see that infill along the river there. And then from that, I created like a slow mobility path that connected all of them. And then furthermore, a couple bridges that connected the middle area in between the branch to the area to the right, which has a lot more hotels, restaurants, markets, and commercial infrastructure that could bring like good economy to the textile weavers. Zooming in further on the plan, this is in the bottom left corner of the one I previously showed. But it creates an open air street market with a live workspace, live area in the back, work in the front, that is completely open to the street, with a bioswale in the middle that allows rainwater from the roofs to be collected down into that. And then as it filters down the stairs, the urban riverfront stairs here, before being returned to the river as a way to clean it out. So yeah, this is that filtering mechanism of the riverfront stairs highlighted there, as well as some floodable areas that are also doubling as like a riparian wetland. Going into sections, we can see this bioswale in the middle that collects rainwater, and how that goes under a little bridge in between these two pieces here, and then down through the rest of the stairs. And then, yeah, there's also a lot of circulation. This area is specifically for pedestrians, although, as you can see over here, there are some cars that access nearby to bring in supplies. This other section further highlights that bioswale in the middle, as well as the stairs going down to the right, while the previous one highlighted a little bit more of the riparian wetland and that meander diversion. Yeah. I think it shows really well an axonometric in terms of this bioswale in the middle that creates green space, as well as collecting rainwater from these roofs of the housing on either side, as well as the river that goes through, the riparian wetland and the meander diversion, as well as auxiliary flooding areas that can be flooded instead of where people build their houses. In terms of views, I was looking at these stairs could be nice for public access as like a park to wander through, but mostly for the people living in this area. And I also included some images that related to open air street markets and some of the things already established in Addis Ababa. Here's another view looking down the middle of that street market with that bioswale in the middle, and people walking around with the markets. They're often very crowded. So I left it mostly unprogrammed so they could fill up walls in whichever suits their needs best, because in my research I found it's constantly changing and the amount of interesting things they always have on sale just cannot be specifically designed for. And then, yeah, I have my sources here. I did a lot of research into the textile weaving practices and their traditional culture and how they relate as a way to best create a housing circumstance for them, but it still ended up being really difficult. So I hope I did some justice to it. But yeah, that is
Thank you, Bryce.
Now, thank you.
Well, we can open the floor for
Sorry.
comments.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yeah.
I can.
All right. Thank you, Bryce, for the presentation. I think it was very well presented. I think the analysis you did, I mean, all the diagrams in plan, trying to explain the site, trying to explain all the surrounding conditions along the river, trying to explain the settlement of the proposal, trying to identify the issues you have. So I think it's very important. Yes, I mean, just getting the inputs from the site. And so because at the end of the research, I mean, all the research inputs we get from this part of the process, I think they are going to be providing us the solutions. What we are doing with the inputs, so on which solutions we can work with these inputs. I'm missing. I mean, a little bit maybe. I mean, you have provide cross sections, which is good with the proposal. But I'm missing this in the site analysis, no? Because I mean, because how you have chosen this specific spot along the river. So I would like to understand why and to understand the proposal you are choosing. And it looks like maybe it doesn't matter because at the end it's a system, because I think it's a smart the placement of the settlement of the proposal just along the contour lines. So it's just following the topography in somehow. So you are stepping down the proposal along the side, just towards the river, and it's the way you are just stepping the proposal. You have the buildings which are setting down. You have all these benches when you have providing this vegetation, this connection through ramps, filtering water, providing vegetation through these steps through a river. And maybe that's the solution. No? So we sometimes it's like finding the system. No, maybe we are finding a system which is working with the topography, working with this environment, and how we treat the water collection, and what we do, and how we collect the water, how we reuse this water, and that's the system you have been looking for, and this could be applied at any point of the river, and I think that's a smart. Also, the way you are breaking this form, no? So you are providing gaps gaps between these longitudinal shapes, which are allowing water to flow through the river. So in somehow it's smart. So you are not retaining water. So you are collecting the water that you required, and you are allowing the remaining water to flow and filter to the river. And that's smart. I mean, I think that's smart. I'm missing the connection. I mean, of course, you are working with the environmental conditions, water, sewerage, but I'm missing the connection between the economy, the textile, and how these facilities, at this case, they are textile facilities, but how do they work and how they provide to these water solutions? Because maybe it could be a different facility. It doesn't need to be a textile, or maybe yes. So I would like to understand if these textile facilities has been chosen for a specific reason, or could be a different facility which can provide the same solution. So if you can just clarify us why the textile and how they are, if they are or they are not, or maybe no.
So yeah, I kind of stumbled across the textile weavers when I was just researching the culture of Addis Ababa in Ethiopia, and I was just really taken by the cultural aspect of it and how it's extremely historic. It's all verbal culture passed down from training one person to the next through interfamily generations. So it's not much written work, and it's slowly been dying out. So I don't know. It's something I really want to continue because it seemed like an important part of the area.
No, I was thinking maybe the vegetation you are planting can be grown by the community, and this vegetation are they growing plants that they could be used for the textiles facilities. So it's not just, so just thinking everything as a whole system. No? So it's everything, I mean, the facility, okay, because I'm just reshaping the topography, because I'm just providing this water management, waste management, trying to get clean water for drinking purposes, or just cleaning the water for these facilities. And why not this ingredient, which is the textile, these plants, this vegetation, could be part of the economy also.
Yeah, so it was the textiles do need a lot of water for the dyeing process, the cleaning of the fabric and the cotton and all that. But looking at it, I was hoping to divert the water to the mills, have them use it, and then dispose of their wastewater effluent into it and filter that. But it's highly toxic chemicals that couldn't be filtered from plants. So yeah.
Yeah, no, maybe that's not the very environmental condition for the cotton. So maybe this could be okay. That's the response. Perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I mean that's the main comment I have. I mean, another one is just maybe how the river evolves. I mean, along the time, because when we are doing these interventions, of course you are modifying the topography, the contour lines, but the river has its own life, no? So sometimes you are having showing how these inner islands creates along the time frame, and of course, but when you are proposing this settlement, automatically you are providing a kind of restriction to the river to flow. I mean, in a real manner. So maybe another aspect just was thinking, okay, is this system able to allow the river to grow up in a normal conditions, or are you modifying the natural environment with the proposal you are proposing? You know, mm-hmm. So yeah, but as an architect, as a designer, we have to propose things, and of course, we need to provide some solution. But that's one thing. It is somehow if you are, because this could be part of the analysis also. So we need to understand how much water this river has, and how much. So what was the main path of this river? How this is growing up, and of course this could be another step of the analysis, no? But apart from that, I think that's smart. The solution, just working with the contour lines, with the topography, just in a longitudinal way, no? So in somehow the impact of the proposal is very humble. And it has to be more with the site environment. So congratulations for the proposal.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bryce. And yeah, I have time for another one, so I'm happy. And yeah, here is another type of intervention comparing with Jeremy's work. It's focusing one point, so I think it's easy to understand all the kinds of changes that you're introducing in the context, in the site, not only for humans, only for the nature. But I think that I missed some diagrams explaining these conditions about what are you changing and why are you changing it. Maybe to talk more about this idea, the relationship between human and nature, that is possible making these changes. And also talking about the behavior of the ecosystem, because I think that here you are provoking this only one side, so you need to make it work like one unit and not like depending with the connection that are you making to the other towns. This is like only one thing to talk about that. Thank you, Bryce. Congratulations about your project. It's really good. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Hi, Bryce. Thank you for your presentation. I really enjoyed the attempt to like root the project and what's happening in the site and the culture. And I'm very biased towards textile industries in Addis Ababa, so loved the integration of that infrastructure and the opportunities there. Yeah, and I think your style of representation is really strong and clear. And yeah, so the integration of that like socioeconomic analysis and cultural analysis to drive your design intervention was there. And I just thought, like, right when we're looking at this axon, for example, when you're bringing us to the perspective of the user, you can continue that in your diagrams. So for example, let's say I'm a weaver, where is my work site? Or like, even just lighting up the live work in 2 different colors to kind of just make it really bring us into the perspective of the user of the site. I think that would be maybe how I would encourage you to push the project forward. And also to Sergio's point about the time, because there's the rainy season and then there's the dry season. So thinking also seasonally, so in the daily cycle, but also in the yearly cycle of time, both in terms of the resources, the water, but also the people. But yes, those are my thoughts. Congratulations on the work.
Right. Thank you. Yeah, I really enjoyed the textile part as well because my sister's a fashion designer, so I harassed her a lot about this project, just asking her as many questions as I could. So I had fun with it.
Yeah.
But thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Efren. I don't know if you want to add anything.
Oh, sorry.
Not really. Thank you.
Okay. I appreciate everything you guys have said. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right. Great work. So our next student will be Kayla Monachino. We have 2 Kaylas in our class.
Yes. Hi. Let me just share my screen.
Okay, great.
So my name is Kayla Monachino. I'll be presenting my proposal for the interventions. My project is titled Health in the City, as I'm going to be working with a proposed healthcare site. For some background on healthcare, the government of Ethiopia has been working to strengthen its healthcare system, but still has a long way to go. There are few hospital beds available, and the radius of access to care is small for the healthcare sites that do exist, leaving many areas without adequate coverage. In the Upper Cabana region especially, there's a major lack in healthcare services with very few public accessible clinics or hospitals within a walkable distance. As for population, it is estimated that 80% of the inner city housing in Addis Ababa is made up of unplanned settlements. These settlements often suffer a lack of basic infrastructure, which includes access to water supply, electricity, road connectivity, sanitation, and sewage facilities. A lack of access to electricity also further hinders the availability of healthcare, as facilities often do not have this consistent access to electricity and experience outages. Much of my site's area is made up of these unplanned settlements, thus leaving a vulnerable population that may lack an infrastructure necessary for a healthy lifestyle. For connectivity, in this region of Addis Ababa, the river serves as a barrier between the lands, leaving a huge disconnect between the areas across the branch of the river. Therefore, the two bridges, which are not specified pedestrian traffic, are inadequate to serve the population. This leaves long distances needed to travel for areas just across the river. The Upper Kabana region of Addis Ababa has very intense sloping topography. This makes it connectivity harder because not only is it difficult to traverse, but it also makes it difficult to build roads and bridges through the topography. The steep slope between the river and the main inhabited land also prevents a connectivity with the river. Here's the existing aerial plan of my site, which is located on the branch of the far Upper Kabana River. You can see the river and its branch, which I'm working on, the existing roads, the two existing bridges, and how heavily forested the site is around the river. As for my intervention, I'll be focusing mainly on the topic of lack of facilities. In order to combat the lack of coverage in healthcare, I propose planning a healthcare clinic upon this branch of the Upper Kabana River to provide general services to residents. The clinic will serve as a primary care clinic for the general population. This will help to provide services to those in need before issues to get to the state where they need to go to the hospital to help mitigate the overloaded healthcare system. Here I've laid out the original site plan, and here I've added my proposed interventions. Alongside the public facility of the healthcare clinic, which I have placed to the east of the branch of the river, I have added slow mobility paths that add 3 new pedestrian bridges. This creates a continuous circulatory path which allows for easy mobility across the river, creating connectivity where there wasn't before. This section is cutting through the site from west to east along the main hallway of the building. You can see the intense topography and the dense forest. I will also be using a ramped slow mobility path from the healthcare site to the main path, which follows along the topography of the site. The healthcare clinic has 4 main wings along a central corridor, 2 patient wings, and 2 back-of-house wings for the provider, including a lab and offices. There are also courtyard spaces between the wings that allow for a view to the exterior throughout the interior of the building. Along the pathway and the roads is a water treatment path that naturally filters the water runoff and the wastewater from the building before it returns to the river. In the zoomed in version of the section, you can see the different levels of the ramped slow mobility path as it moves down towards the river and you can see the interior space of the building. Along the roads are a series of water treatment paths which help catch and naturally filter the water before it feeds back into the river. The water flows from the road into these paths, which then feed into the ramps, which then feeds back into the river. So that way the water gets cleaned from the roads all the way down to the river, rather than having excess wastewater feed into the dirty rivers. In this axon, you can see the green roof, which works to catch the water and filter it before it goes back into the river. Additionally, I have added solar panels to allow the facility to have a consistent access to electricity and not worry about outages that the Upper Kabana region tends to face. This perspective shows a view from the road leading up to the healthcare facility and its main entrance. This one shows the view from the southernmost bridge on the slow mobility paths. Here's perspective from the ramps leading down from the healthcare site to the main pathway. And finally, this is the easternmost bridge on the site. Thank you.
Thank you, Kayla. And open
Yes,
the floor again. Sorry.
All right.
Sergio,
Maybe
please.
I start again. All right.
Well,
I think we are in this row. I think it's fine. So thank you, Kayla, for the presentation. I really appreciate all the effort you have put onto the site analysis. I think when you are working on this kind of sites, it's more important getting understanding on the environmental conditions, on the context, and not just focusing on the specific site. So I think when all the analysis, all the diagrams, all these longitudinal and cross sections for the whole site are quite important. Not just focusing on the site you have chosen for this facility, but for the environment, but for the surrounding conditions, which is really interesting. You have chosen the healthcare facilities, which is perfect. I mean, because you have been identifying this lack of facilities on a bigger area and just trying to implement this onto a specific site, which is very interesting. Also, you are just the proposal is just working with the topography, which is very smart, not just trying to step down the topography, I mean, the building and all the connections, the ramp, the water collection. So just working with the gravity. So in somehow you are collecting the water at the top parts and just letting the water flowing down through the river, which is good. Also, you are thinking on how to combine water management, energy management. So in somehow you are autosufficient, getting clean water, getting clean energy. So that's important. Thanks also for the graphics. I think all the graphic skills you have are helping you to explain the proposal in a successful way, which is very, very interesting. I was thinking when I was listening to your proposal, and you are working with the healthcare. I mean, again, I mean, I'm going to be telling a similar comment than I did before with Jeremy. It's because, of course, as an architect, as a designer, so we are thinking all the time on built elements, on buildings, let's say. But sometimes we have more resources. We have the nature, so we have this kind of energy resources, nature resources, vegetation, the topography, the soil. So I'm just thinking maybe the facilities are good. That's the proposal. But I was imagining when you were telling us your proposal. So why not all the public space could work as a healthcare facility? So maybe why not just these ramps? Can the ramps be part of the healthcare facility, not just for connection and just providing this accessibility to the surroundings? So can they be part of the healing process for the healthcare facilities and also the surrounding park? So why not you can step all the surroundings and this could be like an outdoor space which can work for the healthcare. So you can extend in somehow this facility along the site, not only for this build mass, all these 4 buildings you have. And why not work in this courtyard, just a small courtyard between the units. So this courtyard could extend along the site, and this part is part of the facility. So not only people are attending to the facilities, this could be also used by the surrounding neighbors and for more people to enjoy these fantastic spaces. But maybe this could be the next step. No, let's think. Let's how to expand this idea, and not only for people who needs. At this point, who needs to use this facility, but also for the community, so they can enjoy and they can just be healthy. So these spaces are not only for healing people, but also just for being healthy and for being used by the community. And potentially these energy strategies, these water management strategies could be extended to the surroundings, to this connection, to these ramps, to this park, to these courtyards. So this could be applied to everywhere. But apart from that, I think that's a successful solution, just identifying one issue. At these communities, of course, the healthcare facilities are a key driver, for these communities, and it's important to look after them. And people just how to use these facilities. So again, are the community be using these facilities? Because it's part of the how to take care about ourselves, not just about when you feel sick. So because they're just trying to avoid feeling sick. So how can you use these spaces to feel healthy and to get good spaces for living? Thank you for your proposal, and maybe Olani and Efrain can have some more comments to you.
Thank you.
Hi, Kayla. I was thinking both. It's a very simple solution. It's very clear, but it's also quite creative. Linking like what is the healthcare opportunity in the water challenges of Addis Ababa? What is with the problems of water, what can we do about healthcare? Like I feel like that's a great process or way of just it arriving into a place that's new to you. And I also wanted to commend you on integrating accessibility. I think that's something that's a big problem in Addis Ababa, like especially, with the topography, that's something, and the lack of, access to healthcare facilities for large segments of the population. I think that's really key. I guess, yeah, how I don't quite have I'll leave it there. I have some questions and then things brewing, but I'll leave it there. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. My side also, I would like to congratulate for your work and creative solution for the place that you barely know. But among all, what fascinates me is the solutions that you proposed about pedestrian bridges. Yeah, because I mean those kind of infrastructure is not there in the city. Roads are built for vehicles usually in most cases, but it should not be that case. So whenever only these new roads are built, that very far places appear to be near to each other. So if we have more of these this kind of infrastructure, pedestrian bridges in different parts of the city, as it's already shown by Ron in the beginning of the presentation, that there are so many rivers and these put places apart to each other, and it is innovative way of solving this connectivity challenge. So I took very positively that part. So I would like to reflect on this part, but what Sergio has already said mostly are also endorsed by my side. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the feedback, and thank you. Congratulations also, Kayla, for your work. Okay, so our next student will be Brittany. Okay. I cannot see you. Where are you, Brittany? I cannot see you. Oh.
Hello.
Okay, now we can hear you.
Okay, I'm about to turn my camera on. My apologies.
Maybe also, Brittany, if you want to make full screen of your presentation.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Hi, my name is Brittany Crawford, and the idea behind my proposal is appointing the adolescents, and the goal is to provide structure that can support economic growth as well as neighborhood connectivity. The two topics that this proposal strives to address are the lack of infrastructure and facilities and a lack of connectivity. For this proposal, employment rates were studied as they have a large impact on the economic growth within a community. 1/4 of the youth, individuals aged 15 to 29 in Addis Ababa, are unemployed. Of the youth, male unemployment heavily outweighs female unemployment. Through shifting of the education system, expansion of employment information, and decentralization of industrialization, unemployment rates can be reduced. So in order to push these ideas, the city must start by providing adequate resources that enlighten the youth on unemployment opportunities. Keyword like highlighting, enlightening the youth on these unemployment opportunities, because that's the main hierarchy and goal. There is an undersupply in facilities throughout ADDIS, especially when shifting away from the city center. There's only one active youth center in the Kazanchis neighborhood of ADDIS, which is the focal area for this project. By proposing a youth center for individuals aged 10 to 26, the objective is to provide the youth with means of obtaining employment. This can be achieved through ways of learning about water reuse and irrigation, community outreach, technology, and GED assistance. Schools are scattered across the neighborhood, providing a great range of diversity. Art galleries and the viewing of works are known to reduce the production of cortisol, which is a hormone related to stress. So having this in the area is positive to the community and programmatically works with the proposal at hand. Connectivity across the meander occurs only on the left side of the meander. So, on the left side of the branch. So this project will work to establish a connection on the right in order to pull individuals from both sides of the meander. The focal neighborhood, as stated for this proposal, is the Kazanchis neighborhood located right of the city center. The proposal will be implemented along the right side of the meander, given the smoother, more gradual slope in topography. The marked sections highlight both sharp and gradual changes in the topography. The proposal is located on a meander on the southern part of the upper Cabana River. Highlighting neighboring streets was essential in understanding potential mobility routes that make up the project. The neighboring schools, condos, and homes are all areas in which this proposal wishes to pull. Programmatic layout of the project was derived from the existing urban fabric. The proposal takes the relationship of the street to the buildings sitting on it and uses this made conversation to develop building orientation. As there are primarily homes bordering the street, a sense of communication was found and provided a form of horizontality, while block depth creates a form of longitudinality that was mimicked in the proposal. So these arrows are highlighting that horizontal and longitudinal pull that was essentially used to organize the built buildings on site. So we can see that in this axon that's presented. And diving into plan, there are 4 buildings on site. The main building upon exiting the ramp is the lobby, which holds the entry and event, lecture hall, conference offices. This is the main building that all public is welcome to. There's a building with a set of classrooms for children aged 18 to 17. And this building also has small offices. There's 2 classrooms per building. There's a 3rd building with classrooms for those aged 18 to 26. This building also holds small offices. And the 4th building is a more so technology lab, independent study, group study, and it has some collaboration spaces. So in this zoomed in plan, we can kind of get an idea of how the space works and how it is designed. And finally, to just cap off this presentation, there are 3 views that I would like to show in order to get a feel of what this proposal feels as you're experiencing it and going through it. The ramp, I'm putting in air quotes because it's not so much a ramp, it's more so a boardwalk or just a really wide pedestrian-friendly space. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brittany.
Hi, Brittany.
Hi.
Thank you for the presentation. Again, I think congratulations for the graphic skills you are using. I think it was easy to understand the site analysis, all the issues you have identified across the site. I have two questions for you. The first one is, can you clarify us what's the program of these facilities? Because you were talking about young people, about how to. So had you thought even further on what is going to be the program? Who is going to be managing these facilities? Are the people who are using these facilities are the ones that you are going to be managing them, or not only the buildings, the surrounding environment? And the second question, the first one will be, okay, if you can clarify us the program of how it's going to be managed along the time for these facilities, and also how these facilities. Have you thought on how these facilities are addressing any of the water issues, energy issues, security or ecology you have been talking onto the analysis process?
Okay. Hi, Mr. Sergio. I did think about who would be managing. I was thinking members of the community would be managing, but it'd also be nice to pull people in for outside resources. And programmatically, yes, the formal term for something like this would be a positive youth development complex. Emphasis on the word positive because you don't want it to seem prison-like, but in the design with the windows, I tried to get away from that prison-like feel. And as far as addressing water issues, the furthest that this project goes to do such is by having sloped roofs that are angled toward the river. That way, when it's raining, the water sheds off in those directions.
Mm-hmm. All right. I mean, that's good. Because the thing is, I'm missing some of the urban design, because when you are placing these buildings onto this area, I mean, you have 4 pavilions, but they are not isolated. So when you are just choosing, I mean, this shape, this form, this height, this roof shape, and all these built elements, all these architectural elements, I think it's also important the ground floor. So how the ground floor works. So in somehow they are not placed onto a flat surface, or they are placed onto a slope on the topography, and what's happening at the surroundings, how you approach the buildings. Are there any outdoor facilities, not only the indoor facilities? Are the outdoor facilities part of the development? Because it's when you can engage people, no? So you can engage more people to work with, not only just people going to the facilities. I mean, you are trying to people looking after the facilities and also on the surroundings. And potentially when you were just doing these cross sections, I was imagining how these sections are part of the development, not only the pavilions, also the surroundings of the buildings. Because this is going to be helping you to define a proper program, so it's not only just I had for building. No, the proposal is not just for buildings. The proposal is what's happening on the surroundings, no? So it's about how people live the space, not how people approach the space. It's how people is living these facilities. And potentially you could engage more people. I mean, just for managing these facilities, maybe you can get providing like an outdoor space, like an outdoor park. So and this park is also helping you to collect water, to filter water, to work with a more nature ingredients to put onto the proposal. And I'm thinking, I mean, maybe it's the out of scale potentially all these walkways, all these bridges, all these ramps you have compared to the buildings. But that, to me, I mean, because I'm missing how the surrounding accessibility works for this environment. So maybe it looks a little bit overdimensioned. I mean, all these ramps, all these paths, compared to the buildings, no? Because I think the scale of the buildings are I think the design response are good. I mean, looking at the overall massing elements you have around, so could be working good, but maybe the access should be subtle, no? So it's about defining the ground floor, but in a more subtle way rather than just big ramps, big bridges, no? It should be more subtle and more humble to the site. And maybe my recommendation will be, if this is further developed, I will work more on the surroundings, on how to approach the building, how to extend the program at the ground floor, not just stepping down, because in the two sections were suggesting that you were stepping down the proposal, but I'm missing this on the AXO, I'm missing this on the plans, and potentially this could be further developed. But apart from that, I think it's thank you for the presentation. I think it's very well presented and is very well drawn. So thanks for this.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Brittany. Thank you for your presentation. I was also wondering about the program because as you started, you were really, I was like, okay, so we're tackling youth unemployment. That's big. The economic situation, yes. And I wanted you to dive into that more deeply because I guess the problem you were addressing was really, it would be resolved more so in a programmatic way than in the architecture of a building itself. So that would be something, if you thought about the program, I would love to hear your response. And also the social architecture, like the social systems that are needed for this to be implemented. Like, would this be every neighborhood government at the Kabale level would be handling this infrastructure? Like, one youth center in this site is not enough to tackle Addis Ababa's, right, youth unemployment rate. So like, is it scalable? What's the system that would make this kind of thing feasible? Yeah, and in the research, I guess also thinking about like the sectors, like a labor market analysis. So like the sectors that are driving Ethiopia's economic growth, the government is taking efforts to respond to youth unemployment. So if you could kind of situate yourself, like what you're saying, in that conversation that's already happening, right? Like the government is investing in industrial facilities and they're doing certain things, and how is this a different proposition, or how, yes, but yeah, in terms of graphic representation, I think this was really successful. Just some of the research questions and the background of the program. Yeah, if you have responses or reflections on any of that, I'd love to hear.
No, I really do think the questions were amazing, food for thought. I don't have responses. I just took note of them because it's something that I would love to go, further think about before I just give you an answer to something, because your questions are something that's going to require me to
let it percolate. Thank you.
Exactly. Yes.
Congratulations.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Dr. Efren, would you like to?
Yeah, a few things I would like to say. Yeah, I would like to also congratulate the presenter. The idea is big. So finding solution for unemployment is really important in a city like Addis. And coming up with this kind of solution to solve that problem might work or might not work. That part is I'm not quite sure about it, but it is something that can be tried because the problem is out there. So alternative ideas are always useful. So it can create, but from the site selection point of view, again, considering the flooding challenges and other issues already raised in the context of the research, and meandering by itself probably can change even the course of the river. So facility like this, to locate facility like this might not be ideal, but if the purpose is to use the place because it's open, could be one idea. But another set of solution can also be proposed. But considering the researchers' knowledge about the area, what is proposed as a solution for me is really interesting. So that's how I want to generalize it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys, for your feedback. And thank you also, Brittany, for your work. Congrats.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so last but not least, in this morning session, we have Chris here.
Yeah, I'll share my screen here.
Okay, we can see your PDF. Full screen, perfect. Okay, the floor is yours, Chris.
Okay. Hi, my name is Chris Kulik. And the topic I've been working in is public spaces and flooding. This being specifically how we can design public spaces that also function as flood control points for its given context. In Addis Ababa, flooding is a major issue that impacts roadways, pedestrian corridors, businesses, and housing. Having a system to control this is essential in the future of the city. On the left is a map of the city, and on the right is a map of the Upper Cabana region where we are focusing on our interventions. Another issue that happens to be prevalent in the city is having enough clean water. This be for drinking, washing, and sanitation. One of the goals in controlling flooding, in my case, is to clean and reuse this water for such needs as well. While drinking water is something that needs to be cleaned extremely well, water used in sanitation, that being toilets and sinks, need to be purified, not quite to that extent. The goal in my project is to clean the flood water and reuse it for sanitation, as well as control flood water in general, but also to provide a public space. So let's see. So the area on the Upper Cabana region I'm focusing on is located on the west side of the river. Looking closer here, the roads follow the valleys of the topography and have significant flooding because of this. Looking at the current state of this site, I identified 3 possible nodes to design plaza, a public space that also controls flooding. Right now, there's not a real public green space or plaza in the area for people to go to. So of these 3 nodes, I was most interested in B and thought it, node B here, and thought it had the most opportunity. Currently, this node is surrounded by a mix of housing, businesses, and schools, but mostly housing, and the site is at a natural low point in the topography. So there's also a river running through it. So my idea is to direct the flood water that currently floods the site into that river. And currently there are 2 bridges that bridge over this river. And so looking a little bit in the broader context here, here shows the natural flow of water. The current problem is with the streets and sidewalks flooding and there not being a clear direct path for the water to go. So designing a better way to control and carry that water is my intention. To help do this, I'm placing bias wells on the edges of the pavement to redirect the water. These are in green here. These will not only control, but naturally filter the water through vegetation. Shown here is the proposed system to control, filter, and direct the water. I'm implementing 2 basins with usable public green space and filtration, as well as a building with storage tanks to collect water to be reused for sanitation. In the larger basin, which is adjacent to the building, there are 3 usable green spaces defined by the new topography, as well as 2 filtration systems where a series of steps and vegetation is used to control and filter flood water. In the smaller basin down below in the drawing, I'm doing a similar thing, but with 2 usable green spaces. The unique shapes are defined by the current streets and available parcels. So this axon shows how it will look relative to the existing streets, buildings, as well as new plaza space and new building. As for the design of the building, I wanted to create a pavilion to be used by members of the surrounding community in conjunction with the public space I'm creating. The idea is to create a wooden construction with a pitched roof, and on the ground floor, or the first floor, there is an open market space where vendors can set up shop and have a shaded space to sell goods. This practice is something that is prevalent and important to the culture of ADDIS. So I wanted to give a space to embrace this. And on both sides of the building, there are steps with ledges where people occupying the plaza can sit, and then also access the second floor where another set of program is located. This space is flexible and can be used however the community needs it. The program I envision is meeting in classroom and lecture space where people can, attend lectures, town halls, or schedule meetings. This section shows the building relative to its plaza context. On the west side of the river is the usable spaces, which are the building, plaza pavement, and usable green space. On the east side is water filtration and control system. So just getting into some views here, this is looking north from the southwest side, looking at the building and the concrete pavement that is adjacent to it. And then here is one located across. And then here is another one located parallel. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Great work.
Thank you very much, Chris. Can you show us maybe the site plan with the proposal, the proposed site plan? This one, yeah, this one I think is good. Yeah. So, well, thank you, Chris. Really, congratulations for the proposal. I think it's a good project. I think that's one of the projects that needs to be built at some point of the life. And I think it's interesting the approach that you have done for this exercise, because you have been starting from this analysis, going from a overall and large scale and go to the detailed scale. Of course, you have in a kind of different environmental conditions than the previous projects, because on the previous projects we were in a less consolidated areas, and you are I think you are close to the city, close to a more consolidated area. So in somehow you have another environmental conditions for your proposal, because you are surrounded by roads. On the other projects we were surrounded by more nature, and in here you have, let's say, like the opposite conditions. But in somehow you are just trying to expand the proposal not only to the building, I would say only for the surroundings. So when you are talking about water management, about how to, because that's the goal of your proposal. No, just collecting rainwater and how to reuse this water. Okay, that's fine. And this is not only happening on the building, it's mostly happening on the surroundings. Because at the end, we on this kind of projects, on this kind of research, so we are not just building a single building. So we are working as a urban designers, no? and how the building integrates with the surroundings. And in somehow you are providing one solution for the building, which is good, right? Could be a different solution. But to me, what is important here is how you are addressing the site conditions, no? So how these adjacent terrace elements, this small park along the river is helping your proposal to be developed. And I think that's one of the key drivers of this proposal. Of course, you are thinking also on materiality, working with timber construction, which is a more sustainable construction. But again, that's I think the main goal for this proposal is not the building. I would say more the urban design response, which is very, very interesting. And just maybe missing a little bit. Explaining more about the program, because you have developed these internal layouts onto the building, but I would like to understand what is the program onto the public space, onto these design spaces along these platforms. Can you provide some further comments onto the program?
Yeah, most of the project that we focused on was more towards controlling flooding, but as for the building, also having something that is a marketplace that is open, that there's like a certain amount of transparency between the ground level of the pavilion and the actual usable spaces. As for the second floor, that was just trying to think of something that that the surrounding context maybe doesn't have. There's a lot of like schools for children and for college students, but there's nothing really for the community or anything like that. And we didn't want to do anything that was, like business related, that was, solely for profit. Except, I guess the marketplace is, that's the individual selling. So that's a little bit different, but I don't know, that's something that, we didn't think on as much as the actual plaza itself, but yeah.
All right. So had you thought maybe this exterior space is going to be open 24 hours a day? Who is going to be managing these open spaces? Because at the end, the success of these interventions basically is who is managing this. It's going to be funded by the local government or by the community. And if that's by the community, is we need to work with them. So we need to teach people how to use these spaces and how to be part. So they need to be part of the proposal, no? Right. And that's an interesting question to answer.
Yeah, that's something that I haven't really thought on yet, but yeah.
All right.
It's something to consider, absolutely.
All right. But thank you again.
Hey, Chris, I was wondering how this weaves into the neighborhood as well. Because you're saying the water is being caught and then reused for the urgent sanitation needs of the community. So perhaps it would be, right, it's like both at the scale of urban design, but also like, what is the experience at the water pump? Like, are they scattered throughout these dense neighborhoods? Are they, is it like a gravity system? Like thinking through that process as well, I think would make a lot of sense. And similar to, I believe it was Jeremy in the beginning, right? The like workforce to maintain a bioswale is needed and absent in Ethiopia. So thinking also about, right, how is this neighborhood then powering the site? Not just the site is serving the neighborhood, but the neighborhood are the people that are building this infrastructure itself, and what needs to happen to get that in place. And I guess maybe could you speak about the filtration process that you're kind of envisioning? Is it just bioswale is you're saying is going to clean the water to make it drinkable, or like what? Yeah, could you speak more about that?
Well, I guess there's two aspects of the project. So one is that, some of the water is that, in part is going into the building, into collection tanks, which, is filtered partially naturally, but it will also, we can't rely on plants for filtering all the way. So there, have to be some other filtration, but I think the main part too is just cleaning the river, making it so that, it's not as polluted, if, trying to do that in a way naturally, so that, because it is a really high flood point, so that, some of that water is clean before it goes into the river. I don't know. That's kind of, I don't know. It's kind of two aspects that we were thinking of. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the next step would be to really like dive, as it's a centerpiece of the project, like dive deep into that like process,
Right.
Yeah, what there's opportunities that emerge from the specific process that the filtration is happening through. So going through that and seeing what portals are available there.
Right.
Congratulations though.
Thank you.
Dr. Efren, would you like to add anything to this project?
Thank you, Chris, for your presentation. And within the framework of water strategy, you need to find some solution. That is, I think, the pressing assignment facing for you, and understanding more and more about the local situation probably can help in this regard. So always we need to find a solution for really existing problem, and at the same time, when the solution is also proposed, seasonality also should be taken into consideration. So what I'm saying is that, for example, this part of the city in the river, just like many parts, many similar characteristic of the river, like the seasonality in the seasonality context. During rainy season, this is full of water, and in most parts of the year, barely water. We can strictly say it is only where water passes through this part. So to use the water for other purposes and treating it compared to the benefits that it can get, that we can get out of it, should always should be seen in balance, so that we don't invest a lot and get small benefit out of it and things like that. So and in the rainy season, there is no need to use the water because there is enough rainwater. So that information should be also considered when the solution is proposed. So probably in future proposal of water strategy, this variables also will help you to come up with a more refined solution, I believe. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for your feedback, and also thank you, Chris, for this work. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, As this, Chris, was the last word that we have scheduled for this morning, I would like to ask to our guests, Sergio, Lani, and a friend, if you would like, just to say anything just to wrap up this morning session.
Yes, well, I would like to congratulate again to all the students and also Ruben for this research studio. I think it's very important to think about these very contemporary and problematic issues we have to face as a human beings, because we are used to work on city environments, just with consolidated cities, but what's happening with the rural and more open spaces, no? And I think that's important to think which strategies we can apply onto these environments. And that's one thing, because as a designers, as architects, we are thinking all the time in building objects, building elements, but what's happening with the surroundings, with the context. And maybe this project, I think one of the key elements for this project is just thinking on what's happening with the surroundings, with the urban design. So it's important that we have more ingredients to work with, not only with physical elements, because just to address these important issues, water, energy, security, waste management, ecology, and this should be mostly done with the urban design, right? Because because all the infrastructure is what is helping to the architects to design good buildings, and basically this should be given by the environmental conditions. When you are just thinking on which solution to provide, I think you should be just trying to extend the solutions not only to the buildings but also to the surrounding conditions. And I think the most successful projects are basically the ones where we are just looking at to a wider scale, not only to the specific scale, because in some hubs, so most of the buildings could be part of the system, not just designing single and isolated buildings. So all the buildings should be part of the environments we are living. So I think that this will be one of the conclusions for this research studio, and just thinking on the ingredients we have to work with, not just thinking on single objects, just thinking on what we can, how we can use all the environmental conditions to be part of the buildings. But congratulations again for all the students. I think you have been doing a very good semester, and I just encourage you to keep learning and just trying to see you in next years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sergio.
Yes, this was really interesting. I mean, it's really unique. Reflections from New Orleans to Addis Ababa, both spaces deeply impacted by water. And so yeah, I would say maybe I'll give you some thoughts on situating yourself as a designer going forward. I think there's something really, every one of you has a distinct place, a distinct lineage, right? The people that you come from, the place you live right now, your strengths, like what lights you up, and let that be in the projects and how you design, right? And at the same time, fully understand and the distinctive opportunities of the site that you're designing in. So I think those two elements, if you can bring them into your practice, the site, the culture, what's scarce, right? And like what's abundant, and what is in you that you're coming, where your people are coming from, where you live, and what lights you up. Integrating those elements, I think will help you create a really fruitful design practice for many years. And this was a great set of thoughts and ideas. And I encourage you to, keep going, don't stop.
Great comments also. Olani, thank you so much. Dr. Efren.
Yeah, good. I would like also to appreciate all the works done by this in the previous studios as well. So in order to give it more local context, I propose probably on the coming semesters to run joint studios, because there are some similar courses given here in our institute. So it is useful to put our students together and run similar topic, so that the local context can be well fed into the effort of finding design solution for these different challenges. So yeah, in that manner, collaborative effort can be done. Last time you had a visit, but COVID came into the scene, so I think it was not possible to repeat the visit again. But however, through running joint studios, we had similar experience with different faculties of foreign universities. So yeah, I believe it will enrich and it will be also more local, customized, and finding solution, and the solutions that can be generated through such studios can be also easily implemented if the process run in a joint manner. So that is what I would like to say. But highly appreciate all the students to come up with such kind of solution for the place that barely know it, or know based on secondary data source. Thank you.
Thank you for your words, also, friend. And once again, Sergio, Olani, friend, and also Patricia, that is not right now here. Thank you so much for your time, your generosity, your insightful feedback. Thank you so much. And also thank you for the students for the great work. So thank you so much, and hope to see you very soon, hopefully in person and not Zoom anymore. And well, you are more than welcome to join us for the afternoon session that will start at 1 p.m. So thank you so much again. Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you. I'm a second.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Well, to my students, or to the students, let's have a break, and then let's meet again here at a few minutes before, let's say 12:55, something like that, so we can just, log in and be ready for the afternoon session. Okay? So thank you so much. See you later. No, guys. Hi, everybody. Ready? So Fiona, Lauren, Kayla, Angeli, Ellis, Jessica, Anila, right? Okay, so let's wait a few minutes. It seems that all of them, they will be able to join us for the whole session. Well, at least they confirmed 2 of them, so we'll be fine. I think that none of you have gone to the classroom at LBC at the end. You remember?
No, we're in studio because of Fiona's desktop, but
It's fine for me. It's fine.
Yeah.
No. Adnan, hi, how are you?
Good, I'm good. Ruben, how are you doing?
Fine, fine. Again, sorry for the problem of this morning.
No worries. You made me wake up early.
I'm so sorry. I owe you a coffee.
That, which meant I got some work done in the morning. So which is good. So I'm very thankful.
Well, again, I can see that Rene is also joining us. Rene, hi, good morning. I don't know if you know Rene Adnan or Adnan, you know Rene. Let me introduce you here. And let's just wait a couple of seconds, 1 more minute. So Eric will join us from Miami. Told me that he will be able to join us. So let's wait just 1 second. And we will be ready just to go. I'm opening the presentation to introduce everything. Okay. Well, I guess that Eric is also here. Good afternoon, Eric.
Hi.
Hi.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me? I just
Yes.
have to change my.
No worries.
All right.
Okay. Hi.
Hi.
do you
What
remember
I
the
would-
time still, Ruben?
Yeah, well, if you can, I will do the first one if you want. So
not
if
while
you
we
allow
go.
me, yeah.
Okay.
So if you allow me, what I would like to start is to record this session also for the students. Well, again, good afternoon, everybody. Let me just share my screen. I have a very short presentation just to introduce you very briefly the research. I don't know, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, okay, perfect. So first of all, I would like once again to apologize for the problem of this morning and to make you get up very early this morning. I owe you a coffee to all of you. So, and then let me just introduce.
We can have a virtual coffee.
Yeah. To our great guest reviewers that we have this afternoon. Renee Davis for Berkeley University, thank you for being here. Eric Firley from the University of Miami, also thank you, Eric, for being here. And Adnan Morsen from the Catholic University of America in Washington, also Adnan, thank you for making time to join us. The general framework of this research is about all these major events that we are suffering every year, you know, and every year is happening even more frequently and with more intensity and more erratic. You know, here, for example, you know, you can see just the major natural events that happened in 2021. No, something that is something that is happening worldwide and something that here. Unfortunately, in New Orleans, we know very well. No, for example, in this slide, you can see the Hurricane Ada that we suffered here in New Orleans, as I'm saying, just a few semesters ago. So the main question that we are asking ourselves in this research studio is, what can we do as architects and urbanists to design more resilient settlements? In our case, our research studio has been focused for the last iterations in Addis Ababa. This is the zoning map of the city of Addis Ababa, but we prefer to look at the city through this map, through the rivers, because as if we here in New Orleans, as you know, we have one river, a very big one, but only one. In Addis Ababa, is characterized by to have all this quantity of small rivers and creeks. No, that all of them they zoom more than 60 kilometers. No, they are not as wide as what we have here in New Orleans, as I'm saying, but as you can see, more or less they are spread over the whole city. So when we overlap both the zoning map and the river map, you can see that most part of the city, most part of the population, most part of the citizens of Addis Ababa, they are very close to a water body. Actually, the maximum distance that they have is 1.5 kilometers away from one of these water bodies. No, so due to this kind of homogeneity, let's say when we think on the distance from a water body, our idea was not only just to address or to focus on the whole city, but only in a particular river, in a particular part of the city, that is the Upper Kevana river that you have highlighted here in this slide, because it's very characteristic, because it's from the city center, as you can see on the lower part, that is Peacock Park, that is very close to Meskel Square, that is the heart and the main space in Addis Ababa, and in the north part with Entoto Mountains, that there are is a place that is very important due to cultural and religious value. No? But the idea will be that we will address some of these architectural and urban issues in this area, but the idea will be that they can, you know, be exported to the rest of Addis and of course to other cities that they have a similar situation. No, and also we are addressing everything through the rivers, through the water bodies, because another water body, in this case, the existence, or even nowadays they are still on use of some hot springs on what is nowadays the city center of Addis Ababa, was the main idea why the Emperor Menelik II founded the city of Addis Ababa in that specific place. No, as you can see in this slide on the foreground, you can see those part of the hot springs at the beginning of the 19th century, and then in the background you can see also the palace of Menelik II. No, that they were very close, and after that it was the city of Addis Ababa started to grow up. But the current situation, or the current relation between the city and the water bodies, it can be summarized in this slide. No, usually today what they are used is as a kind of open air sewage system. Let's say you can even see that the sewage system or in all bridges is always open. They don't continue, so they throw everything directly to the river. So what we can see is also some open air and in control dump spaces very close, but the reality is that they still need, the rivers are still needed, and they are still used for the citizens of Addis. In this case, as you can see, just to clean up some clothes. So our idea will be just to flip this situation and to try to make this back part of the city that nowadays are the rivers to the front part, not to what was one time, especially when the city was founded, and to understand the rivers as urban catalysts, so to address all the main urban issues that we have identified through the rivers, trying to revitalize the city through the rivers, as I'm saying. This is the fourth iteration of this.
May I ask one quick question?
Sure.
Yeah, sorry. Just if we take the image before.
Yeah.
Because I've never been in this region, so this would be an image from Addis Ababa or Ethiopia.
Yeah. This is an image. This is a typical image that you can see, for example, in a bridge. Always the bridges are, the civil system, they always open there. Usually there is a dump area there because the waste, solid waste usually is kind of stored, let's say, in one of the sides of the bridges, but they can still use. But then this was in the city center, very close to Peacock Park, to what is our lowest part of the intervention. And this in the upper part. Here you can see the Ntoto Mountains. And this is one of the typical bridges that we can find in the upper part of this of our area, with some houses that they are very close to the river, because is one of the areas that even if it's not allowed just to build there, but because of the people who is coming from other areas, from the rural areas, and they don't have other places just to build or to get a house, what they ended is just building a lot of houses very close to the river, as close as in this case that is in a dangerous moment, because well, right now we can see that there is some water in this river, but when it's raining, with all this urban flooding, most of these houses, they are having, or they can have potentially some danger situation. But this is one of these views, and also with this, what we want to say is also to show the beauty of the landscape and the presence also of the the mountains and the vegetation that is very common in Addis Ababa. Because another thing that I didn't mention is that Addis Ababa is one of the highest cities or capitals in the world. In the upper part of the city, in Ntoto Mountain, is 3,000 meters, above the sea level, and in the lower part is 2,000. So there is almost 1 kilometer within the city from the lowest part to the upper part. So that is giving also this exuberant vegetation that we can see there. Then,
Ruben,
yeah.
Where does the water come from? The mountains you can see at the back?
Yeah, the mountains that we can see at the back. This is Ntoto Mountains, and more or less is the range that is, limiting the different valleys. The valley that is, pouring water to the city and to the Awas basin, and then from there is, just to another basin that is very close also to the Nile. But we are not in the Nile basin. This is one of the small basins that actually doesn't end in the sea, but ends in one of the lakes that there are close to Djibouti and Eritrea, between Djibouti and Eritrea and Ethiopia.
And it snows on those mountains?
Sorry?
It snows on the mountains?
No, I didn't see. In Addis, they have this mainly two seasons. Let's say one is the wet one that is usually in summer when rains a lot. I was there in July and read a lot, and it's when they have all these big issues, big problems with urban and river flooding. And then the dry one that is usually in what is for us winter, that is very dry, but they don't have many problems with water. We can say the problem is that, you know, the system, that they have a lot of leaks, also the pollution, you know, there are other kind of other kind of problems rather than that, no? So that's why, if you can see here, we have identified in the different iterations that we have done this research 5 main issues, no? 3 of them that they are more related with water. One is flooding. The second one is water scarcity, due to these problems with the leaks of the system, and that not all the population have access to the network and so on. And then also water pollution, because everything is thrown, you know, to all the seawater is thrown directly to the rivers, no? And the other 2 are what we call lack of connectivity, not lack of infrastructure, sorry, and lack of facilities, lack of basic facilities, no? Especially close to the rivers, when we are talking about close to the rivers. This was done in the first step of the studio. Usually we have divided the studio in 3 different steps. The first one is an analysis and diagnosis, where we have highlighted all these issues, and among all of them, these 5 main issues. And then in the second part is when we design a strategic plan for the Upper Kebana River with this sustainable infrastructure from Peacock Park to Entoto Mountain. And within all this sustainable infrastructure is where the students, in a more individual way, they have designed a more urgent and small scale intervention that we have divided from the beginning in different spatial conditions. 2 that there are more natural, meander and branch, and 2 that there are more urban, bridges and corridors. And that's what you will see today. You will see today only the urgent interventions, and you will see that each of them, they are nested in one of these spatial conditions, trying always to address at least one, but most of them, some of the most urgent issues that I just highlighted in the previous slide, no? Just a very last word about this research studio, that, as I mentioned, this is the 4th iteration of the research studio. In this case, we're working with undergraduate students. All of them are 4th-year students of our School of Architecture, and that we haven't been able to travel to ADDIS this year. We were only able to travel to ADDIS and to Ethiopia in the first iteration in 2019. That is when this photo was taken. But the last 3 iterations, due to, you know, COVID and other issues, we haven't been able to travel, and we try to, you know, take advantage of technology to have closer knowledge to the place. The idea is that after this introduction, we will have like 6 students that we will have only one group of 2 students. The rest of them, there are individual projects that they will share their screen, and they will introduce you their projects in around 10-12 minutes, and then we will have like 15 minutes also to give some feedback to each of them. Adnan, Rene, Eric, any question? Well,
no, I don't think so.
Okay, so thank you. Yeah, Lauren, I didn't see you. I didn't see you.
Are you able to hear us well?
Yes, we can hear you
both of
well.
us? Okay, good. Okay, I'm share my screen.
Okay.
Is it moving? Not
We
yet.
can see only the PDF. If you make the full screen. Oh, now we cannot see it.
Yeah, so you're resharing right now.
Is
Okay.
sharing now. Okay, perfect. Perfect.
So let me make sure.
So.
Is it advancing them?
No, we only see the cover.
Oh, wait.
Okay, there we
And
go.
now it's
Is it working?
yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Okay. Hi, I'm Lauren.
And I'm Fiona. We are in phase 3, focusing on urgent interventions. This is Layers of Opportunity, a scheme of our interventions for Peacock Park. The 4 main issues that our project will be addressing are water pollution, flooding, connectivity, and housing.
Our site is located in a branch condition on the southern end of Upper Cabana. There are two rivers funneling downstream that turn into one at the confluence. The site is located at the downtown city center. The northern boundary is Ghana Street, and the area of the site is roughly 90 acres, but roughly 64 of these acres is public park.
The entirety of the site is located in a flood-prone zone. The southern informal settlements are mostly in major flood zones and are not built with good quality materials. The confluence is a highly flooded area and also the most fertile for agriculture due to the flooding and the meeting of those two rivers.
The lack of connection is a huge issue for this site because there's only one bridge to the west where cars and pedestrians can cross to get into the site. More bridges and walking paths are needed because the paths are dirt and get washed away by flooding. The other issue of connection to the park is that Peacock Park is gated off and payment is necessary for entry.
These are the government facilities near the site. The southern side has multiple embassies and is a nicer area of the city. The separation of the river makes these areas inaccessible. This is the current site.
The existing agriculture is parceled and is the main buffer between the river and the housing settlements. They grow many fast-growing fruits and vegetables to be able to sustain their rapidly increasing population. The main source of jobs here is farming, and the produce is sold at the informal markets of the north, on the north of the site. Pollution from the water is then used to grow the vegetables, which is a huge issue because the food is contaminated. Better plots and markets are needed to be created.
The existing path network is scarce and informal. Only one main road takes a car through the site. More path networks are needed to link all the sides as well as bridging into the city.
The settlements in the north near Ghana Street are built with better material due to their connection to more infrastructure of downtown as well as bridges. They also have better access to sewage systems and economic hubs. The southern settlements do not have the same resources and are built closer to the river, which means they will be flooded and these issues will only increase.
As you can see, all the houses are in the flood zone. This is a projection of how the site will flood due to topography, and the homes needed to be moved to higher ground and made with better materials to sustain these flooding issues.
Now we will explain our design proposal for this branch condition. This is the site as it currently exists. The title's Layers of Opportunity is in direct reference to our concept in which we define the needs of this area through analysis and created layers adjacent to the river, to the branch with individualized functionalities. We start with the river. We then create meanders to slow the flow of the river and create controlled flooding. The water cleaning ring on the exterior has subdivisions including sedimentation and water pretreatment, as well as water purification stations. After the water is cleaned, it is then partially used to irrigate the urban agriculture and farming plots used commercially and for the community. Then the inside ring is for housing with the existing and newly relocated flood risk cones. 4 strips connect all the rings to bridge the whole community together and act as activators with markets and pavilions.
Our proposed site plan begins to contextualize these concepts and puts those layers into a real-life scale. This section cuts through the water activator strip and shows how the site relates from both ends of the river. Similarly, this section cuts through the market activator strip where open air and closed markets are utilized by the inner and outer communities. As we can see, there are numerous existing housing plots that are in the flood risk zone marked in red. Even with the current flooding conditions, these homes need to be relocated with the implementation of new housing.
The flooding map shows how the water will flood over catastrophic flooding events and how these flood lines follow the topography, roads, and architecture that are built up to protect the streets and housing. With retention ponds and microtopography of the agriculture and river buffer, the housing is protected at a higher elevation. A perspective from the slow mobility path is shown, and the path hovers over the retention ponds, and the path winds over the scenic mounds and ponds that have a direct view into the site.
Taking a deeper look at the water cleaning and urban agriculture, we can see in this diagram how water is retained, then distributed either to the retention ponds during massive floods or to the cleaning conditions in pretreatment and purification, and then reused as clean water to irrigate the urban agriculture and fuel the community. Purification stations are used as tiered systems to utilize gravity as the water can run through the purifying plants and be naturally cleaned. These plants, called Chiki and Haleko plants, are native to Addis Ababa and have specific purifying and cleaning properties as they remove toxins and disinfect the bacteria within the stream. You can see how this scheme takes shape in the context of the proposed plan, With water scarcity in mind, we can see how the water moves, is cleaned and reused throughout the site. The freshly cleaned water is redistributed to urban agriculture through a lateral irrigation system. As for the internal water waste management condition, it collects groundwater from the community, contains it within the community, and cleans it at satellite water management hubs. And then the clean water is given back to the community once again.
We will now take a look at the layers of how all the microsystems work together. In an effort to mitigate the consistent flooding issues in this branch condition, we wanted to cultivate an environment where patrons of the area would feel safe from all threats of unwanted water intervention. These retention ponds are aimed to relieve this threat and redirect the river to slow down the water so there's more opportunity to control the cleaning.
Cleaning buffers and channels are placed on both sides of the river and between agriculture plots to act as natural cleaning mechanisms to help with flooding and cleaning, so the water is not inundating the area and polluting the next drain. This clean water can be used to irrigate and also so that there is no runoff from the agriculture into the river and no contaminated river water into the agriculture. This river buffer would use native plants such as gulf to naturally purify the water and act as a flood protector.
Urban agriculture is proposed in this layer to create a buffer in between the river and the housing and create more plots to bring in more jobs. Subsequently, more commerce will be created to make more formal places for the farmers to sell their produce. With the introduced connectivity of the bridges, this would make markets more accessible. This zone is the last that would be flooded during a catastrophic storm and acts as a final barrier to the threatened housing. A view is taken from the agriculture fields, and you can see with the close connection to the housing and pavilions. These are commercial plots of the people who live on site and have jobs because of these plots. Their produce is then sold at the multiple market opportunities on site.
This callout shows a typical water activator strip with the standing water treatment. While this callout shows the market activator strip where people can buy and sell daily goods still in the nature of commerce that currently exist in Addis Ababa. And now we can see all of these layers in conjunction with one another. As the site exists, there's a very limited path network with only 2 points of entry through the middle axis of the park. This makes it difficult to connect the interior community to the rest of the city and ultimately slows the progression of the inner community's success.
The proposed path network mitigates these issues with a more diverse plan of connectivity, which is indicated in red, the thicker being a road where cars can access and the thinner is pedestrian bikers only. Slow mobility path lines the outside of the site to connect it with the rest of the city.
Now we will look within the water activator strip. As we zoom in, we can see how the inner and exterior communities of the strip interact and have minimal differentiation, with the street elevation remaining flush in these moments. The standing water system slowly cleans surface water and irrigates the small-scale plots. The water strip perspective shows the community's small-scale urban agriculture plots, as well as the standing water system. The water cleaning building is shown here, and the integration of the strip with the park is shown as well as the housing.
The market strip takes up the other half of the scheme strips with an open air and closed market opportunities. These buildings could also act as classrooms or community meeting points. Zooming in, we can see how towards the left, the market is very much open, like the current markets of Addis Ababa, while the closed market have a second floor mezzanine for additional interior space. The roof is also formed in a staggered butterfly designs, so the water can be collected while also offering opportunities for light to peek through and shower these interior spaces. The market strip shows the aggregation of V-shaped market stalls, and this is where the local urban agriculture produce is sold in the inner community, as well as the outside community can come and buy produce and local goods. There are many informal markets in Addis Ababa, so this creates a formal market space and system for them to generate more activity and business inside the park.
This axon shows how the site forms together. The outer river meanders, retention ponds, urban agriculture, water cleaning, and housing all work together. The open green space in the middle is now activated by the strips and is an optimal spot to foster community engagement. This new proposal will create spaces for the community to come together with free access for all. And here are just some snapshots of the various elements of our scheme, and finally our sources as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren and Fiona.
Okay, Lauren and Fiona, thank you. Could you talk a little bit about the who owns the land that you are proposing for urban agriculture? Is there a kind of a structure for community ownership of these lands? And that's one question. who owns the land? And then the second question, can you also talk a little bit about the occupational profile of the people living around these kind of, not really a river now, from the pictures, it seems like it's a trickle. What do people do generally around these areas? Are they middle class? Are they lower middle class? Or are they low income communities?
Yeah, that's great. Those questions. I guess I'll start with the last question you asked. There is a mixture of lower income, which are the areas, those are the informal settlements that are closer to the river, which we are proposing to rehouse due to their informal materials that are used and will easily get flooded. Near the north, there's definitely a nicer community that have better materials that are made. So informal tends to be near the river that we're hoping to rehouse. So there's a lot of mixture of incomes in this area since it's such a big site.
Yeah, so also one more thing to kind of talk about with the housing. So the housing within the ring on the southern end, as Lauren was saying, is the informal settlements that are like the lower class, but then beyond the river in the southern areas where like a lot of those embassies are, and that's a nicer area. But since there's no connectivity between the interior of the ring and the exterior, there's no opportunity for like any of that community to kind of like work together. So currently when people are having to sell their goods, they have to go through one of those two avenues, or they're going and like getting the materials outside and having to bring them in, which most of the time doesn't happen. So that's why the housing that's towards the north end of the site along that main road is the only one that gets any of those like new materials.
And then as far as who owns the land, currently it's government plots from our understanding, as well as informal agriculture plots. There's not as much documentation, I guess, currently. So our idea, I guess these would be government owned and community run. But
I guess the ownership question also raises other questions. Who have you proposed a community structure for the agricultural work, maintenance, harvesting? Who benefits from the agricultural production produce? In other words, what is the process in which the community can be benefited? Have you designed some way of sort of distributing the resources that you produce here?
Yes, so there's those activator buildings that are on the strips, as well as two of those strips have community plots. So ideally those who live in those new housings that we're proposing would be the ones who would run that in the community. And there would be building spaces for those, which would be, there's two buildings on each strip. So one of those buildings would ideally house that community program. And someone living on site would be in charge of this community program too. But the exterior ones are commercial plots. So ideally those would probably be commercialed out, but the interior ones, so those would be sold at the markets that we have created. I'm sure they'd be sold other places as well, but ideally most of the produce that is produced on site would be sold at those local markets to give back to the community.
I think also something to add would be that currently how the site exists, there's only urban agriculture really located in the southern end of the site. So in our design, we pushed the urban agriculture up. So now it creates more of like that U shape instead of kind of just having it in the south. So one of the main streets of our site towards the left, you can kind of see it here, is connected. Up here would be like one of the biggest markets in Addis Ababa. So we would want to, of course, like have some of that urban agriculture be used to like feed back into the community, but also use some of it to help the surrounding communities. And in the water strips, the water activator strips, there are also urban agricultural plots within that. Since there's such big strips, we wanted to implement something there. Yeah, you can kind of see it there as well. So these are also pretty large urban agricultural plots that we would have more as kind of community gardens or something that more local people could use, and then also use that just kind of to feed back solely to the community, and have the exterior ones being more for commercial use.
Can you speak a little? Sorry.
So, well, I don't know, maybe it's a similar, if we, just because we are looking at this image here, which part of those structures do you propose to add and which ones are existing here? What we see on this image, for example.
So these houses right here, the ones that are very block-like, that you can see they're sprinkled through. So these are the proposed housing typologies. And then the blue market or the blue buildings and markets are the ones we're also proposing. They're, we tried to camouflage the housing in with the rest of the site. So some would have to be taken away, but they're all like down here, almost all are the existing ones. And then we have, if you can see a few of these sprinkled in, like the housing seamlessly goes in with the same height and size as the other buildings that currently exist. If that answers your question.
So it's a mix, essentially. So
Yes.
you're, yeah.
We didn't want to completely take away everything on the site, but take the ones that were at risk and then try to replicate something similar to what was already existing.
So can you speak a little bit about the organization of that housing? Are there pedestrian walks between the houses? It's not clear how the circulation would happen.
Yes,
and then the new blocks you established.
Yes.
It's also not clear.
Yes. So for as far as your circulation question goes, the thicker line is where the cars would be able to go. So car access would be able to every single path. But then on the opposite side, there's a pedestrian path that lines the other side. So pedestrians would be able to get in from every single side. And then there's radiating out. I can go back to the axon. So you can see you can access from this path to this path. So there's open access everywhere. And then as far as the block typologies, we have them situated in between each strip. And then there's openings for space for community hubs in between all the buildings, rather than filling housing in each of these areas. We wanted to have some open areas where they could gather.
But so in between these blocks, there's a row. It's difficult to put the two images together. It's not possible to have them in one.
Oh,
for the circulation.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to see because these
that's
are
the
now on
only
top of each
way.
other. This is just the normal site plan, but this
So that
axon is facing here. So you're looking
in where? Sorry.
So you're looking from here down. So this is the angle, kind of the point of view angle that you're seeing.
Like this strip right here is this right here.
Okay.
And this edge right here of the housing is this edge. And so the housing ring is round right here.
And I think one of the earlier crits that we had on this scheme was originally we had a lot of differentiation between the layers, and something that we were kind of suggested is to bridge them a little bit more. So that's why when we proposed the activator strips, we had them kind of crossing the whole site from urban agriculture to urban agriculture, instead of having them stop and it just being like a ring of urban agriculture, a ring of housing, a ring of green. So kind of
mixing all of this, all the programs.
So the river is outside, you're zooming in on the top drawing, right?
Yes, the river's outside. So right, this little edge right here, you can start to see the river buffer. And it starts to go outside the site, which is like right, I think it's right there. And so the river's right outside of it.
So to irrigate the agriculture, the water is coming from the river, or?
Yes, it's redirected into all these paths.
So you have canals, or how is that working?
Yes, we have meanders. So the meanders go and fill these buffers on the side, these retention ponds, but then it's also redirected into these cleaning facilities right here. So if we go back to our concept
Cleaning
diagram,
facilities is light blue.
Yes. Here, I'll go back to our concept diagram so you could better understand.
Wait, maybe the cleaning.
The cleaning, okay.
Yeah. So the retention ponds are only meant to have to be used during catastrophic flooding. And
which ones are those in the drawing?
Oh, so they're like the lightest blue. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, our thing's freezing a little. Up here.
Okay,
So these right here.
So
retention ponds.
yeah, the retention ponds would only need to be used during catastrophic floods, which don't happen as often. So then any of the other water that's coming from the north end, we're in the most southern part of the master plan. So any of the water that's coming from the north part of the river is being either retained in big floods, or just typically it's being taken through a set of pre-treatment. So it's removing sludge. There's just like a basic area where you have to take out some of the like necessary toxins, and then the next phase is going through a tiered purification system. And that's what I was talking about with using some of the local plants from ADDIS that have those purification properties. And the reason that there are two sets of those is because from an earlier iteration, we only had it once going through and it was a little bit less convincing. So having it so that water is consistently being cleaned and the sludge is taking out. So it's more of a cycle rather than just once getting the sludge removed and then having the purification go all the way down.
They're at both ends. So this is the start of one where the water funnels in, and then the other one as well. So it's directed from the river and then cleaned on site.
Mm-hmm.
Does that help answer your question, hopefully?
Oh wait, I think you might be muted.
Sorry. So from those ponds, how does it then irrigate the strips you have in the middle?
Yeah, so I can put it on this one. This one might help a little bit more.
It goes two separate directions. So one goes to the ponds and the other goes to the treatment center.
So yeah, this is
but
where
you see those gray little strips you have in the middle? Those were agricultural strips, right?
Agriculture and water cleaning strips. So there's two market strips and there's two water cleaning strips that also have community plots on them.
So how does the water go into those strips?
Yeah, it's funneled through the system. So on these cleaning strips, and then there buildings on either side where that water is then held in a water tower system that's cleaned, and then that's irrigated through with the irrigation system.
So that was another reason that we also decided to have, instead of just the two cleaning at the top, we implemented it almost halfway through the site. So there's this dark blue, and here as well. So these are along kind of the breaks of the connectivity, and then would be like pumped through to the water towers, which are along the water activator strips. So along here. So here is like more of like a solid architecture, and then these are the purification, like open air purification tiered systems.
So when it comes to, for example, plazas or gathering spaces or areas for children to play, that kind of sort of communal activities, where would that happen? I'm asking because looking at some of your housing seems just sort of a typical modernist kind of layout where they're kind of spread on a field without configuring any sort of plazas or public spaces. Would that be a fair observation? Or
I would challenge it a little bit by saying we tried to add a little bit more.
I'm not making a statement. I'm still trying to understand.
No, absolutely. There's a lot. So we tried to give a little bit more rhythm to it because there was no rhythm to a lot of these houses. They're kind of clustered together. So we tried to create.
Can you see the housing on the upper right?
Right here. Yes.
Yeah.
That we try to generate more of a grid.
So where would you say people would gather, or is there a street going through the middle?
There's not a street going through the middle, just on either side. But so instead of the blocks, we decided to take out, like if a house would be right here or here, we decided to take that out. So that would be space for the community to come together in those areas. So it's not just a row of houses on both sides. We tried to take opportunities where these would be open, where they could come together. So it's not, you don't just have to go straight to the middle. to have a community space, but also like we did try to give it more organization and of a grid system rather than them just sprinkled around. So there is there's a rhyme and reason to like where we place them all, and then where we decided to delete some of them to open those spaces for the community. So it's not just straight blocks. And then we tried to fill in some of those open gaps and leave more spaces for the community.
And those blocks are, sorry to the other reviewers, I'm just trying to understand. So if you guys understand, then just ask me to shut up and you can just comment. But like these little blocks they're housing, is that one house? Or?
Yes, it'd be a single family house due to the fact that that's how all the others are. We tried to create the module to be the same scale as the other housing. We didn't want to throw them in apartments or different housings because we found when we did research that wasn't that didn't really work with the area.
So what's private and what's public in those houses? Because everything seems to be the same.
Yes,
So I would say it kind of is just with the nature of the community that in these kind of blocks, I guess we could call them, that would be like more of like a semi-private, but it would be pretty public. I mean, there wouldn't be, I think one of the big problems with the park right now is this area currently is blocked. It's completely blocked off by the community. So nobody that lives here currently can access this unless you pay the entry to get into the park. So I think something that we definitely wanted to change was kind of that stigma of having to pay to use the green space that is adjacent to your home. So that's kind of why we wanted to like keep some big public spaces of green, but then having some pockets of semi-private space adjacent space that those people could use that maybe specifically live in that particular block, I guess. But I would say our aggregation was a little bit more focused on the activator buildings in the blue.
So let me by the way, Ruben, are they all undergraduates or graduate students?
All undergraduate students.
Are you guys fourth year? You guys
fourth year, yeah.
In a
Sorry,
BR,
could you repeat that?
in a
I'm
BR
sorry,
program, correct? 5-year BR program?
Yes.
Most of them are BR program, and a few of them are graduating now because they are on the
4-year.
Yeah, on the 4-year program.
Bachelor of Science.
So
But we're in BR.
all right, so I guess this is the final presentation of you guys. Will you be continuing with this studio in the future or no? This is it.
This is
okay. So let me make a few suggestions. Just not in the manner of criticism, but in the way of suggestions how you can strengthen your proposal further. Number one is I think your intention is worthwhile. Urban agriculture, community urban agriculture. You are basically trying to use community urban agriculture as a vocation on the one, and then using that opportunity to create a buffer against flash floods, against flooding. So you, by agriculture, by plantations, etc., by agriculture, you can stop river erosion, you can stabilize the soil around the river, etc., etc. All this is good. This is, I think, your intention is very good. I would recommend that you should have designed a process, because I don't think you have designed a detailed scheme. You have retained at a kind of an aerial view of the problem. I think you need to zoom in a little bit. You need to design the process. So for example, I would like to see the household size of the people who will be living in these blocks, housing blocks, how they connect to how they will every day walk to their agricultural fields, since you are proposing these agriculture as their primary vocation. So they will be coming, how they will come, whether this is mechanized agriculture. You also have to think about agriculture, because today in most developing countries, agriculture has become mechanized. The day of 50 people working with one crop is gone. In most developing countries today, increasing mechanization of agriculture is creating cropping intensity, meaning year-round agriculture, multiple harvesting throughout the year. So multiple cropping intensity, if you will. So you need to design the process. You should have zoomed in the design process and designed the process a little bit. Since you have kind of a supra aerial view of the whole problem. I think that's why Renee was asking that many questions. I think those questions should have been answered without you having to talk. You know, in other words, it would have been great to see an organogram, a kind of a diagram, how the process is done. So that you didn't have to explain and talk so much. So I think you need to, I will stop, but before that, I think this project needs to go to the next level. Agriculture, urban agriculture everybody's talking about urban agriculture, but what about mechanization of agriculture? How are you going to design the process, from the manual labor, then harvesting, then market to the market? How all these happen, and the community's role, the distribution of labor in this agricultural process must be thought of. Otherwise, it remains at a kind of a very murky procedural kind of murkiness. So you need to, so in other words, your project is as much a social programming design as much as it is physical design. I'll stop there.
I think if we had more time, that would definitely be exactly what we should have done or should do. But I really appreciate your feedback, so thank you.
Maybe just comments from my side. I think particularly in the beginning of the presentation, really compliments for, how you, I think some of those diagrams were quite beautiful, very easy to read. I think also that the first kind of the decisions on a planning level were, I think, very well visualized. And there's a coherence, from the beginning to the end, the use of the cultures of colors. And then I think this is probably going to be a comment. I'm not very experienced, so for me this is super interesting. And I see how our profession, has been changing gradually over the last, 3 decades, let's say. Here to start with an environmental component, and to take this as a starting position, rather than the kind of concentric or polynodal city. I think that's very exciting, and that's it says a lot about how we have to conceive our cities today. But it also raises the question of interdisciplinarity. I think who has to work with whom, because it's a new approach, and so I somehow have to trust you with many of the technical decisions that you seem to take, from the agriculture to the way you're cleaning the water. Does it actually really work? And I'm happy to trust you on that. So yes, you probably know the answer or not.
We definitely learned a lot. We learned a lot from what we were used to too. So
we had one of our reviews, we had somebody sit in that was
landscape
a landscape architect, which definitely helped. I think once we kind of were assigned the site and realized how much more of like a master plan approach it was going to be, just for the size of it, and seeing how many, like, we had 4 sectors that we kind of looked at in terms of things that were needing to be tackled specifically in this area. But in ADDIS in general, you'll see with our peers' presentations, there are just a lot of issues. So I think you're completely right. There are a lot of interdisciplinary kind of avenues that you need to look at, and it definitely,
we learned a lot.
Yeah, we learned a lot more about kind of things beyond just architecture and plans and sections in that way.
But I think, my colleagues' comments made also clear, you also have the one of how do you implement it and can it economically work? How does agriculture work? So again, I mean, it's in the process. So I think this is absolutely fine. And again, the aim here is to learn. And I'm sure that you learned an enormous amount of things.
Yes.
Maybe from my perspective, seeing this maybe also as an urban design exercise, I think then, yes, I agree with my colleagues that if we're just looking at this image here, it's, for me, I mean, there are some, I like the comment about where could people meet? And obviously your proposal here would be the market, but there's also an opportunity. We saw this beautiful image, at the beginning of the introduction by Ruben. And so somehow to remain close to the river could also be an opportunity maybe for the community to meet, because you have these, beautiful landscapes. And whenever there is flooding arriving, I guess, there's still time enough to leave. So I'm just raising the question, if the water cannot that easily really get from the river towards the agricultural use, I'm wondering if the agriculture could have potentially been put also in the center, while we are creating then kind of a zone, which is in the widest sense, with this different kind of green colors that you presented, is for the people to live and meet close to the river. So maybe I'm completely wrong, it doesn't make sense, but I'm just throwing this in, as a way of turning it inside out. And just to finish, I think where it's really, I think you have too many, I mean, it's difficult here to really understand the zone, the scale, but if you're mentioning that those boxes are one-family houses, is that right?
Yes.
So it means like the scale is it's much smaller than what I maybe thought it is. And then, I mean, I have the impression that you have far too many, there's a certain randomness, about how you're just putting those stripes of, stripes of marketplace. It seems to be far too much. But more importantly, I think this might be the next step is, I think urban design has a lot to do. And even if this is a little bit less urban than, what I'm at least usually, used to look at, the boundaries, you're putting here, for example, you're putting just some kind of fences, no? Yeah, I don't know if you see my cursor.
No,
you're
sorry,
putting fences between the agricultural zones and, your buildings. So that, I think the next step would be to talk about type. I don't know how much there is to be said. Yeah, I have never been to Ethiopia, not to Addis Ababa. And maybe maybe there are not many types that we can learn from, for contemporary needs. But, how do you cover a piece of land? How you define the limit between a house, its neighbor, and the public zone in front of it? So I think all of these are, open. This would be the next step, because otherwise what I see now is a kind of a planning proposal, no? With very little urban design rules that at this stage you could just give over to the next, you couldn't give this over to the architect. I think you would have to give this over to an urban designer for maybe the next competition level, and then to the architectural level.
Yes, so this is definitely more in the focus of urban planning and like a master plan. And just to speak on to your point for kind of having public space pushed towards the river, I think that's a great point. I think if we were to like push this project further, there are spaces. So during large catastrophic floods, everything up to the urban or to the housing, so urban agriculture, the river buffer, the retention ponds are all flooded. So having, I think something that maybe we would continue on is to have public space that is accessible during the dry seasons that Professor Rubin was talking about, but also that can act as spaces that then are flooded during those catastrophic floods. So there's still opportunity to have public space near the river, but it can also act as maybe like a retention pond as well.
So I think that's a good answer, but I think the point is probably I got through this comment because when I'm looking at the center of your development, even on your rendering, and I see it's an abstract rendering, obviously, and that's nice, don't do something super naturalistic. I think that's not the aim here. But there is something undefined about the type of green that you have. Is this kind of jungle-like, or, there is a certain lack of contrast in your proposal in regards to what we see here on the screen.
So we actually are working to a graphic standard to let you know, so every plant and everything's like in color is you'll see through everyone's proposals, everyone uses the same people, trees, colors, hatches. So it would be the buffer would be a dense amount of trees, but I guess if you're talking about tree type, I don't know fully what you were saying about, like, same as the rendering, they can only be line work. So I don't know if Ruben will speak to it, but like we're all working on a graphic standard. So that's why everything is line work.
I think the drawings are really nice. I like the degree of abstraction, and I think it's appropriate for the scale you're working on. So I personally don't have a problem with that, but I do agree with Eric that for example, when it comes to the strips and the amount of markets, it's difficult to understand how you would have that many market areas for the amount of housing there appears to be around there, or how people from the rest of Addis Ababa would arrive here to actually go to those markets. Or maybe it's just that one doesn't entirely understand the scale. But it seems, do you have any data to support the idea that you would have that many markets there?
So I think one thing I'll say is that we did base a bit of it off of the markets that already exist in Addis. So a lot of them are, I guess they are open air markets, so it's not like necessarily a building. I know the biggest market in Addis is a building, but the interior is more kind of flea market like almost. And these, if you can see my cursor, this building, these two, as well as these two, are the only ones that would be enclosed markets. And even some of those kind of butterfly roofs that you see surrounding them are just canopied. They're not in
it's not not all our markets stalls underneath, but like they also have seating for people to go and eat or sit and be like they're not just to sell things. They're also for people to come and
I thought I understood that. In fact, I thought it was all open. But there's still, it seems to be a lot in relation to the amount of houses you have, right? Just around it. There's not that many houses, at least the new ones.
Well, I guess in this axon, you're not seeing all of the housings. Let's go back to the plan. I mean, I know we probably need to move on from a lot of other people that need to go today, but we can show you the plan really fast.
And how would the people arrive to all these markets?
That was the idea of the bridges that we created. Since there used to be only one on the west end, I think we added 6 different bridges.
I see. Okay.
So that would hopefully highlight, so you can see where all these trees are on the outside is the main streets, and these would be the path to come in. So there's 1, 2, 3, I think
so
every 6 different bridges.
Every market is related to one of the new bridges? Not really.
No, not really. Those are just
and I guess the question then is why not?
That was due to the existing housing. We didn't want to have to tear down everything and repropose, because there is a very certain type to how these people live in their families and communities, and we didn't want to have to uproot them unless they needed to.
Okay.
Which is why the housing you see weren't as many. But you can see to the north, there's a lot of housing, as well as the south, it's more densely packed, and that's why ours was a little bit more open space. And even though it is semi-private, most of these people do not have. I mean, speaking to your other question, you asked if they were public or private. There's no big yards, there's no private entry to a lot of these houses, so we tried to replicate what was already there on the site.
And I think too, in terms of how big the markets are, having those 4 markets here, 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 and here. One of our main points was connectivity, how there was a lack of connectivity, and you could originally only enter from here and here into the inner part of the branch. So I think speaking to that, having a point of our project be to increase connectivity also is promoting the idea that people from outside of the ring will also, enjoy kind of the things within the ring. So I think having markets that can serve the community, but also serve the inner ring community, but also act as a place for people to gather from the exterior community was something that we also took into consideration when determining the size of those.
Yeah. No, that all makes a lot of sense. I think for us as reviewers, it takes a while to get into what you're doing. You're being very articulate, and it all sounds really good, but we also don't have many of the references. So when you say most of the houses around there don't have public or private areas, then I mean that's not the normal reference we would have, and then you're not showing enough images for us, and then the next step is or thought is, does it really work or doesn't it work? Are there conflicts, and should you maybe establish some private and public realm or more clearly, or maybe it works really well? It's just very difficult to assess. Maybe the only comment I would have, because I really like the drawings, and I feel that maybe the way you're narrating from one scale to the other, if that, for example, in this, you went back to one of the drawings and said, this area I'm illustrating is here, and you indicated that with your with a pointer. So if those things could be more clearly sort of narrated, I think it would make our or your reviewers or observers in general job a little easier. I think the narration, the drawings are really nice, but going from one to the other, does that make sense?
Yes, it does. I think our site's so large that it's hard to get the bearing on everything. And so that would definitely be great. Also do want to, I know we took up a lot of time, so I know I'm supposed to be keeping time, Ruben. I don't know if we need to move on. I don't want to take away from other people's time, and I really do appreciate all the comments, so thank you.
Thank you.
Well,
maybe I was just, very quickly, probably the other projects will give us the opportunity. I'm just thinking about, this discussion about public space, and I think in our, kind of the European city or American city, the street tends to be the major public space. And, just looking at these drawings, it seems like the story to be maybe a bit different here in a city like Addis Ababa. So to talk to you, I see a great potential if you were to better address the actual connectivity, to see this kind of strips, market strips, as actually a replacement of the streets that otherwise I don't really see in your proposal. Because if you see all the streets actually have only buildings on one side, which tends to be very rarely successful. So you, in a way, what you have been doing is kind of a zoning proposal still. I mean, you're using the streets in order to separate zones rather than to actually have a street like a living area. And maybe this kind of pedestrian marketplaces, which don't have to be markets, could become streets, which I think could be a very powerful proposal.
Also, this larger, actually the streets, the existing streets, there are existing streets, and there appear to be private plots as well. There's sort of little lines indicating the difference between the plot of one house to the other. So that's pretty conventional Western organization as well. So that brings us back to what you're proposing, which is not what there exists, right?
For what was inside the current situation, that was not what existed. That's on the side near the government facilities and embassies. Down here especially are one of the nicest areas in Addis, which have the more conventional plots. But what exists in here is not that.
Well, I'm really enjoying this conversation, and I hate to say this, but maybe I think that we should go just to the next to the next proposal. So
Thank you.
Fiona,
Thank
Lauren,
you.
thank you so much.
We appreciate
Great
all the
work.
feedback.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So our next student is Kayla.
Okay, can you see that and hear me?
Okay, perfect. Yeah, perfect.
Hi, my name is Kayla, and this project is titled Catching Problems Upstream because it's a site that is located up north. So it has the really unique position to be able to stop some of the flooding issues and other problems that the rivers have lower down into the city. So some of the main problems I'm going to be addressing are lack of connectivity, flooding and poor drainage systems, polluted rivers and poor sanitation, and water scarcity. So for connectivity, the area of my site is in this northern part of the Upper Cabana River, which relies primarily on pedestrian traffic and minibus taxi services. Due to a lack of and improper maintenance of sidewalks, pedestrian routes are shared on the streets with cars, and so that puts them at risk. So zooming into more specifically the master plan scale of my project, you can see that it's bordered by two major highways that carry 6 lanes of traffic from the city up into the Entoto Mountains directly to the north. The majority of the roads in this area are small dirt and cobblestone streets that connect through the neighborhoods, but there are also some worn paths right here, if you can see my cursor, that are worn down in the grass that I saw on Google Earth. So I noticed that as pathways that are desired, and it seems like people want to connect the north and the south neighborhoods and cross the river. And then lastly, indicated here are the existing bridges. And it's important to note that these bridges are currently used as kind of informal dumping sites for trash and waste, which is typical in ADDIS because there's not adequate trash removal services in formal areas in close enough proximity to most people. And so that's especially a problem because then when it floods and the water level rises, it picks up all that trash on the edge and carries it downstream. So so I'm just highlighting here kind of why I specifically chose this smaller area to focus on because there's this lack of connectivity and a desire for. And then onto flooding, this northern part of the Upper Cabana River brings water from the Entoto Mountains down to the rest of the city. In rainy seasons, the river is very high and fast moving and dangerous for the residents down below. And the proposal site at this top of this river provides a unique opportunity to address the flooding at the beginning of the source by hopefully slowing and retaining it to help mitigate it further downstream. And then as for drainage across the site, there's a significant slope from the north to the south and also the east to the west. So these roads act as major drainage channels for surface water, mainly through open ditch systems, as you can see on the images to the right. And they're funneling that surface water often right into the rivers, which further contributes to pollution. And so lastly, I just want to mention that groundwater up in the north is the primary source of water for residents. And as you can see in the bottom right image, there is a high potential for groundwater sources. And then also highlighted here are the public restrooms. And you can see these are all the ones that we know of. So there definitely can be more informal ones around, but just in general, a lack of access to proper toilets and water sources. So this is a look at what the site looks like from the satellite view. The Entoto Mountains are directly to the north, as I mentioned. And so this is kind of that first built up area from the mountains into the city. So you would also think of it as like the first location that pollution could enter the waterways. And then here, just a few other things to note, the existing green spaces. There is a protected green cemetery here that can't be touched. And then also there are just lots of amenities around, so connectivity is important. So starting at this master plan scale, I'm going to go over kind of the overarching strategies and then zoom in some more. So the first step of the proposal is gather. At each of these bridges, So the first element are the bridges that connect across the river and connect the north and the south neighborhoods, and then also other key areas of missed connections. And then in each of these bridges is an opportunity for creating public spaces and amenities so that these connection pieces can become hubs for the neighborhoods that they serve. And at these locations can include waste management sites. So there's a more formal strategy for waste instead of just at the edges of the rivers. And then also water pump stations and bathrooms. The next step is to slow and retain some of the water. Every bridge is solid across the river with a narrower notch for the river to pass through, which you'll see later. So in the dry seasons, the river can just pass through like normally, but in the wet season, when it's of a higher volume, it'll pool up into these retention ponds, which will hopefully slow the flow of the river and prevent flooding downstream. So then the third layer is green streets that not only give pedestrians a safe designated walking place, but also help to filter and collect some of that stormwater drainage through bioswales. And then the last element is ecological restoration, which is basically just reforesting the areas that once used to be reforested, primarily in here, and then including this heavily planted buffer along the river to help strengthen the bank. So this is just all those elements together with a little bit of existing context. And so then zooming into that area of this key connections, this is the existing plan during dry season. And then this is the proposed plan. You can see that this reforested area I talked about is here, and how the green streets work in a little bit more detail. And then there's also this slow mobility path that connects all of these key connections and follows the bank of the river. So then back to existing. This is it in the wet conditions, so during the wet season, and you can see that this housing here in this lower lying area is at risk. So I'm proposing to relocate that housing to down here and use this area primarily for water retention. And then zooming in even more, this is kind of like the area that I focused on in a bit more detail. So these are the structures that they include an amphitheater space, a market space, and a more sports field area with a playground. And then each of these is an amenity building that has trash collection, public toilets, or a well water access point. And then this is what that space looks like flooded. And I just want to mention that there is an emergency bypass at each of the retention walls. So if the flooding ever overtops the 1.6 meters that the pool is meant to hold, it can just flood down into this reforested area and not go towards the housing. And note, this is where the section is going to cut. So this is the existing riverbank condition. You can see how the streets are just shared pedestrian and cars, and then a proposed more pedestrian friendly streets, this market space, and the retention ponds. And then this is what the flooding conditions before and after look like. Here it's flooding these housing, and then with the housing removed, it's able to just keep the flooding in this retention pond and then steepen up the bank here to protect this housing further in extreme flooding. And so here's a look at the axon, which helps to explain kind of how the topo meets the walls in a little bit more clearly. The heights of these platforms are never more than 1.6 meters off the ground, so it kind of stays at the human scale and isn't too much to build up. And then flooded, just these are like the cubic meters that the pools can hold. And then the perspectives, they'll go into walk from kind of here down, just to give you a point of reference. So this is looking at the market and amphitheater space. This is what that looks like flooded with the pools filled. So another important thing is that these pools can be occupied during the dry season, but then in the wet season, they serve another function. So multi-purpose all year round. This is that market space. And then again, flooded. This is on the slow mobility path looking down at the soccer field, which is a mini pitch soccer field. So it's not like the full size, but it's more for like 4v4 games and stuff. And then this is what that looks like flooded. And then looking back up at the market and the soccer field, and then again, flooded. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Kayla.
How do you see this being built? I mean, not so much the structures themselves, like the roof or the columns, but I mean just more like the lower part. On
Yeah.
what are you walking?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
On what are you, would the people walk?
Wait, sorry, I don't think I understand your question. But I think I'm imagining it is mostly manipulations of the existing topography. So just a lot of like moving earth. So once that initial buy-in is done, then the pools are formed.
There's no cars. When you speak about bridges, it's all for pedestrians.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah, there's lots of car access in the surrounding neighborhoods with no more than like a 3 or 4 minute drive. So I thought to prioritize pedestrians here. And then also just like looking at Google Earth in this area, and based on our existing analysis, this area in the north doesn't really use a lot of cars, and they don't have a lot of cars. So walking would be the focus anyway.
Do they have motorcycles or public transport, or sort of little?
I don't think it's
there's none of that.
They have the main public transport are like mini taxis that are like these old blue cars, and then like a little bit larger vans, but mostly just like taxi service, I would say.
Can you go back to some of the sort of initial drawings?
Right.
Yeah, things like, yeah. So I thought the idea of the bridges, and I mean, that was true for the previous group as well, is obviously really good. But I guess my questions are to do, and I think this general strategy related to flooding seems really appropriate and again, really positive. But when I look at your park here, for example, where you place the soccer field or these other sort of stepped fields, they look a little bit like scattered around with no sort of larger general idea of how they should be configured or how they might relate to the housing, or is that an unfair? I mean, anything I'm saying is sort of very tentative because,
I'll go back
as I mentioned before, it's really difficult to get a good idea of what the city looks like and what happens. I noticed that, so there's public toilets, they don't have any, there's not a sewer system in the city. Is that correct?
Correct. I would have to work that out more specifically, but I was like some kind of system that uses the groundwater and then like maybe a septic, but it would have to be self-sustaining, I believe.
Yeah, but I mean, in relation to the park itself, which is part of what you designed, could you maybe explain why the soccer field is where it is and the other steps are, or could they have taken different forms?
Right,
They don't feel particularly well integrated, these areas. And
I can say I started with the paths, and as you can see, it's very steep. So I wanted to work with the existing, this is the existing topography. So tracing that and then across in the least steep way possible, working with the topography. And then from there, it was a matter of just widening this, you see how it's kind of flattening out in this area. So just widening that up a little bit more with manipulations of the earth, but definitely forcing the topography in a way, especially at the soccer field, I would agree with that. But it was like theoretically carefully studied from the existing topography to work with that.
I think there are, first of all, this proposal is probably there are a little bit less questionable. I feel like that I depend less from knowledge from other fields in order to give feedback. This is a little bit more on the urban design scale, at least like you have another balance, no? I think it seems like the majority of your project really is about these kind of more urban design questions, and the kind of more environmental questions seem a little bit simpler and therefore maybe easier to follow. So that's, neither a criticism for the former project group or not. It's just, I think for me, it's a fact. We had the question before about public transport. I think for me, there's still missing maybe a drawing a bit wider zoomed out in which we kind of slightly better understand why people should move somewhere, because I think eventually what you are, proposing here, and maybe also you have a bit too many bridges, probably, for economic reasons, I would guess, you could achieve a very similar plus value with maybe a couple of bridges less. I think those bridges, in order for them to really withstand flooding and all that, would be a little bit more expensive than we wish for. So all this kind of the balance of, what is your actual objective and what is it worth in terms of means has also something to do with this connectivity. So what I could imagine in your proposal is maybe also not only to see what you are adding as something strong that everything has to rely on, but what you're connecting and what is also the main streets that maybe can benefit through the connections that depart from that kind of link. So again, I think for me, it's a little bit this question about, see this as an opportunity to strengthen the street as a strong urban realm, rather than only seeing the bridges and the sports field as the only major addition.
Right. Yeah, I see.
But can you talk a little bit more to where do you think people have to walk to in their daily life? The people who live there to the north, like, what do they have to, I mean, where would they walk? Where do they have to go?
I guess, I think primarily like the reason why these desire paths were in this area was just because people would go to the river for various purposes. But then I guess I will say that maybe this area is less dense than in the city, so it's kind of relying on itself for its functions. But like there are some churches in the area. This is a strip of markets down here, a museum. But yeah, I guess that is the question.
But you don't expect many people to have to take the bus or.
Well, this is a main street down into the city. So if they were working in the city, this is where they would need to get to. And it also connects up to the mountains. So if you want to go visit mountains, which is like a popular destination, this is, I believe, the road that you would take.
Kayla, just I'm sort of, you have some very interesting ideas. I'm trying to understand what would be your core motivation here. It seems like you have multiple motivations or design intentions. One is kind of environmental resilience, that these river floods, and how do you retain water? How do you stop it from over flooding, et cetera, et cetera? So you have created some retention ponds, which can be used year round, as public spaces and as retention ponds, et cetera, et cetera. So kind of, environmental resilience and environmental adaptations, if you will. But there's another very interesting motivation that I can trace, is that you want to create these as a public place, as a public park, not just for the neighborhood, but also for the larger city. Am I correct to read these as such?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was envisioning. This whole area, if I zoom out more, is very densely populated without kind of like any public gathering space. And in general in the city, there aren't very few public gathering spaces. So I think that was a priority, was creating like the center of the neighborhood and also a connection to the river.
But you are not creating this public place just for the neighborhood people. You are also creating a public park, which is fairly large for the entire city, correct?
I was envisioning more the neighborhoods because this is pretty far up north, so they would need to drive to get to it. But
so in that sense, I think these are good motivations. Two things. On the one hand, you are working with environmental resilience. On the other hand, publicness of the space, and bring them together. So it's a win-win situation. That's how I read it. Win-win situation. With that intention, with that as a backdrop, I would like to ask, perhaps it is a kind of, maybe it's all in your head, but I think it should have been articulated a little better through graphic representation. That, how will people come in? I see a lot of pathways and kind of, articulated pathways, but I think kind of a little bit more organize. How did you organize all these? How will it bring in different neighborhoods to one place? I think the connectivity, I think it's a kind of, articulating with the processes with which people would come, its relationship to public transportation, its relationship to different clusters of neighborhood. Those linkages, those traces should have been, could have been better reflected. I think those would be, otherwise, I like your idea of environmental adaptation as a precursor to creating a vibrant public place for the neighborhood people is a good idea. It just needs a next layer of articulation, graphically, conceptually.
I agree. I mean, for example, all the connections seem to go to one side, but not to the left. There's no, I don't quite understand. And then when you're thinking about a park and it's a resilient park or a park which might get flooded, the amphitheaters, for example, if you had amphitheaters going into the ground, which you kind of have, right? Number one. Yeah. But there could be also areas where roller skaters or that sort of, which also went deep into the ground, and areas for picnic, which could be on little hills so that when it was flooded, but not that much, you could still maybe have picnics and bridges within the park. It lacks, and maybe there wasn't time because it's just too complicated, but it feels like the park wanted to be, to me, more developed with areas where you had little mounds, areas where it went into the ground, so that when it flooded, some areas would get really full of water, but you could maybe, when the flood wasn't that big, you could still use the park, because there's just 3 areas which connect to the water, and then the rest seems just like wooded, which is probably nice enough, but there's not enough design going on from my point of view.
Is soccer popular in Ethiopia?
Yeah, I think it is one of the bigger sports, especially like as a leisure activity.
I don't.
Throughout the city.
Yeah, was Ethiopia in the World Cup soccer last time? No.
I don't know.
Okay. No, I think Kayla, I think you have some interesting ideas, but at the same time, I will also kind of alert you that these designs, this type of design, also requires a little bit of socio-cultural investigation. So, for example, I have seen in many parts of the world where architects and planners design parks, they inadvertently gentrify the area without, sacrificing the needs and aspirations and accessibility issues of the neighborhood people who may not be middle class or even lower middle class. They could be squatter settlements. So we need to be, when we design projects like these, I have been involved in a number of projects recently, similar to these, where we very carefully, sort of investigated the socio-economic conditions of the people around these parks. Otherwise, when we come in as architects and as professionals with superior knowledge, we can gentrify the whole area in a way that would alienate the local people who may represent a whole different economic echelon, economic layer. So we have to be a little careful. That I mean, I'm not saying that you are wrong or you are your priorities are misplaced, but I think you need to look deeper into the kind of the socioeconomic structures of these neighborhoods, who they are, what they want, what they need, etc., etc. So you need to practice a little bit of caution.
Yeah, I should have probably had more information about that, but I did research but didn't include. I can speak to like the market structure. I have a photo of these. Oh, I guess I don't have it anyway, but like we've talked to someone that said that like any public space that is available like will be filled with informal markets, and there's a really big need, like desire for that. And so that's kind of what I envision this space to be, so that it could kind of naturally settle to be an informal market, and including on this upper platform. And then these are all informal housing here. They're right against the river, so more of a low cost. And then up in the upper region, it does get more middle class. So the idea with these structures is to create access to like the sanitation services that these houses don't have on their own.
That's time, by the way.
Well, okay. I guess that we can just stop here. Kayla, thank you for your feedback. Guys, thank you, Kayla, for your great work. I don't know, Renee, I don't know if you are still here. I think that you need to leave. Well, maybe we can just start with the next one. Anjali.
I'm still here, but I'm about to leave. I'm sorry.
So no worries.
I'm really, really sorry.
Renee, I don't know if you want just to say something just to the students before you leave.
Yeah, I think it's a super fascinating place, actually. The hydrology seems very, very exciting. And the idea of actually having a sort of hydrologically based urbanism is something I've been really keen myself in studying. And in Berkeley, where I sort of live, there's a lot of creeks. And so there's some similarity, although I think the creeks are much narrower than what appeared to be the rivers in Addis Ababa. And it's so really fascinating. I've never come across a studio in Africa, so I think it's amazing and really interesting, Ruben. I wish I could understand things better. It's very difficult to penetrate in such a short amount of time. So that's the problem for us as reviewers. I think it's difficult. But I think it's fascinating studio. I love it. I wish I could go there. So I don't know what else to say. It felt to me like with the last project and a little bit with the first one that there's so much to study and understand that it doesn't leave, and it's also undergraduate students, it doesn't leave enough time to design in the more sort of traditional sense of with a D. I love urban design, but I also like it to reach a level where it becomes more tangible and less seen just from above, which is maybe what our judge Adnan was saying, that, or in the previous project, that it's nice to be able maybe to speculate a little bit at the ground floor level in relation to how those things might operate and might look like, which is another problem with urban design. Very often, or most of the time, it's looked up from above and it becomes very abstract, an abstract planning exercise. And as architects, I think we can contribute or add a view from the eye level. So But I thought the drawings were particularly nice. Actually, I liked the abstract nature of them. I thought it was very nice. I don't know what else to say. It's a tough review for outsiders, I think, because it's like even the fact that one of the students pointed out that there were public toilets all over the place, and I sort of, which suggested that they don't have a sewer system and the houses don't have. That's a very tough situation. I've not come across. Actually, I was born in a poor country, but I never come across that type of poor. I think that in Chile there was, even when it was much poorer than it is now, there were always sewer systems. So that's kind of shocking and amazing, but maybe also an opportunity where people, you know, around the public toilets, that there could be public space, or I don't know, it's really interesting. But there's things I've never thought about before because I've never come across a context like that. So anyway, congratulations for a really interesting studio and the students for tackling it. I imagine it's really tough for them as well. It's very difficult, different social, environmental environment to the ones you normally is used to. So thanks for inviting me. I thought it was fascinating, and I'm sorry I have to leave. I didn't realize it was going to be at this time. So I was trying to sneak out because I didn't want to make people feel uncomfortable, but Ruben kind of stopped me. So, and nice to meet my co-reviewers as well. And thank you.
Thank you, Rene, for your time and for your insightful, feedback. It has been great, and it has been really tough for us, just to have this studio without being able to travel there. No, this is one of the places that you need to see. So
yeah,
once
I would
again,
imagine. Bye-bye. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Bye.
And welcome back again, Sergio. I don't know. Well, if you want, then just to seek a little bit, just to see a little bit the work and just to comment some of them, you are more than welcome. Here you have Adnan and Eric, that they are the co-reviewers, co-guests also today. So, well, let's just move on to the next project. Anjali, if you're ready.
I am. I'm going to share my screen.
Okay, that's great.
Can you see this?
It's now, if you just go to the full view.
Good.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. Hello, my name is Anjali, and I will be presenting a proposed intervention to mitigate issues related to climate and infrastructure in the Upper Cabana region. My proposed intervention is titled Corridors as Urban Rivers, Flood Mitigation Through the Use of Green and Blue Corridors. The main issues pertaining to this site chosen are urban flooding, a lack of adequate public space, and water pollution due to a lack in drainage infrastructure. And this includes solid waste, which is primarily generated from households, and wastewater, which is a consequence of an inefficient sewage system. Looking at the city of Addis Ababa as a whole, it is evident that most of the flooding occurs along the city's rivers, which can be seen in the increase in the topographic wetness index by the river's basins. As the site I've studied lies adjacent to the Cabana River, it is important to note that it sits in a highly flood-prone region of the city with a high risk of flash floods. An improvement in connectivity is especially important for the site chosen, as well as for my proposed intervention. Because of this, I studied the hierarchy of roads within the city And this ranges from local, more unplanned roads to expressways that extend nationally. While Addis Ababa is becoming increasingly more car-centric, it is important to note that the majority of people use non-motorized transport, and this map visualizes the effort to incorporate more cycling paths and stations into the urban fabric. This increase in car use has increased the number of pedestrian and cyclist fatalities due to poor road conditions. And this map highlights the locations where accidents occur on a city scale. I also aim to address this in my intervention proposal. The site that I have been working with sits on the edge of the existing master plan, and it spans the width between the Bantuketu River and the Cabana River, as well as the length of Algeria Street. And then Algeria Street also serves as an urban corridor for the site. Because the site is flanked by two rivers, the topography of the site is quite dramatic and is a large contributor to the urban flooding issue. The image on the top right shows where the slope of the site is the most steep, and the sections below show the topography from east to west and north to south. The east to west condition consists of a dip closer to the river, with Algeria Street sitting on the ridge, and then the north to south section consists of a slope downward. Due to the steep topography, I studied the river basins and the natural flow of water without context. The image on the right helps visualize this condition, and these were taken from different points in Hamle 19 Park, which is on the site. The central flow of water between the rivers, the river to the central branch of the Upper Cabana River, is the specific condition that I will address throughout my intervention. The buildings on the site interrupt this natural water flow, exacerbating flooding. Looking at the built context within the site, I noticed a wide range in density and later realized that this shift is aligned with the program of the different parcels. And because Algeria Street is somewhat of an urban center, the site primarily consists of institutional, residential, and commercial buildings. There are many public government buildings as well as two embassies. Algeria Street is also the site of Addis Ababa University and other schools. Some other important buildings on the site are the University Gate and the Al-Aqsa Mosque. And then for the master plan of my intervention, I propose to view the corridor as somewhat of a metaphorical river and as a channel. I propose that through the use of gravity and other blue and green interventions, flooding can be mitigated and water can be channeled and cleaned along Algeria Street. And then the primary method of cleaning would be accomplished through water cleaning and collection facilities in three major existing roundabouts along the corridor. And there's also a lack of adequate public space in the area, so these roundabouts would double as public plazas. I then proposed a secondary, more passive intervention at each important intersection along Algeria Street, and underwater or underground water deposits are located at these intersections with external stations to gather and distribute the clean water. From there, I determined roads that could serve as channels to direct water back to the river and be cleaned along the way. These sections shown consist of smaller scale filtration strategies that include green and blue solutions like a water channel and filtration swales. I made sure that these secondary roads were able to channel water through gravity and infrastructural methods based on existing topography. These images to the right visualize the urban flooding issue along Algeria Street, and these photos were taken at the second main roundabout. I also proposed a tertiary intervention at intersections away from the main corridor, And these intersections ideally consist of smaller scale water collection strategies, while the roads themselves would serve as channels of connection. Other green strategies that I could implement on these roads include filtration swales, rain gardens, permeable paving, street trees and planting, and then tree pit and soil volume, as well as passive irrigation. I also wanted to incorporate existing green spaces into my water remediation method. However, some of these spaces are private and cannot be touched because they're owned by an embassy. So then I narrowed down more public-facing green spaces that can be used to clean and move water. Because of the topography and lack of connection from Algeria Street to the Cabana River on the right, these less arterial methods offer an alternate solution to the urban flooding through solutions like filtration ponds and basins. And then to summarize the goals of the master plan as a whole, it consists of 3 strategies: connections, which is the 3 primary intersections, the secondary and the tertiary, arterial pathways, which are the local streets that extend off of Algeria Street as well as Algeria Street, and then passive interventions along green areas along Algeria Street. For my architectural intervention, I focused on the 2 larger scale strategies, the 3 main roundabouts and the special intersections. Shown here are general massings of the 3 main water filtration pavilions. Although their purpose remains similar, I wanted to create a different visual and massing component to establish a separate identity for each roundabout. Shown here is the typical plan of the green boulevard at the special intersection. The idea was to create a mostly green and forested urban landscape that incorporates a variety of surfaces that vary from permeable to semi-permeable in order to absorb rainwater during the rainy season. And then the main element at play is the constructed basin along the street's median. Not only does this basin collect water, but it cleans and channels it through each water cleaning center. Additionally, there is a pedestrian walkway that meanders in the same nature as the river. Along the boulevard, there are also a number of smaller water deposits at important intersections. And the area is dense with vegetation to serve as a technique for filtration, but also to create a clear pathway for the public. And then this section shows an emphasis on slow mobility with the implementation of bike lanes. Cars would be limited, but would be redirected carefully through urban design strategy. And during the dry season, the central water basin would be accessible to pedestrians. This section also shows how water is being channeled down the center of the boulevard, but how it's also being channeled to these arterial pathways through filtration swales on either side. And then a unique aspect of this view is the use of a water deposit to filter the water collected through this central channel into a water collection shed for the public to distribute that water. Focusing on the water cleaning centers, I wanted to create a similar language for each roundabout, but with intentionally designing for each context. This axon is of the northernmost roundabout, and this pavilion marks the start of the Green Boulevard. And while traffic is limited down the boulevard, it's not interrupted. And as I only chose to implement these interventions on existing roundabouts. This plan and section demonstrate how the pavilions work. Each pavilion consists of a series of rings of potted vegetation. Dirty water is pumped to the top of the rings and is channeled and filtered down each level through piping. And then water collects in a deposit below the pavilion and is pushed into the Green Boulevard channel, filtering through at each primary and secondary intersection, and the sunken courtyard also collects extra water during the wet season and serves as a public plaza during the dry season. This axon shows the southernmost pavilion and its connection to the Green Boulevard. And the planning section shows how this pavilion differs from the first with extending internal terraces that also collect and clean water. And this last axon shows the largest scale intervention in the master plan. Currently, a public park exists adjacent to the central Araculo roundabout. So I chose to use this park as an extension of the roundabout and public plaza below the central water filtration pavilion. And you do this through a super block-like urban strategy. And then this man-made sunken plaza serves three functions. At the lowest point, most plain in the plaza over here, it serves as a water remediation basin during the wet season and as an accessible public field for pedestrians during the dry season. And then in general, this plaza serves as an extension of the natural forest typology of the Green Boulevard. And then lastly, the stepped pedestrian accessible platforms incorporate filtration wetlands that serves as a transition as water is channeled from that cleaning pavilion back to the branch of the Upper Cabana River through piping strategies. And the plan and section here further demonstrate these three functions. The pavilion itself is similar in nature to the other pavilions, except with the terracing extending outwards. And it channels water both to the river and down through the boulevard. Through this main intervention and other strategies covered in this presentation, I wanted to fulfill this central goal of the project, which is to bring the river to the city and bring the city to the river. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Anjali. Thank you for remember the motto also of the project, of the research.
Anjali, I would like to applaud, at the very outset that you have, shown remarkable courage to take the river away and also to take the river to the city and the city to the river, as you made in as you said in your concluding statement. I think it's a very provocative and also intriguing project. It reminds me of many kind of green boulevards or pedestrian walkways. It reminds me of Las Ramblas, Ruben's country, in Barcelona. I don't know if Ruben comes from Barcelona, but it reminds me of Las Ramblas in Barcelona and what Las Ramblas does to the urban experience of Barcelona. What I like about your project, first I would like to see a few spots where I would like a little bit of more clarification from you. So for example, the Green Promenade continues through these roundabouts. The continuity of the promenade that kind of pierces through the roundabout needs to be better articulated. What happens? So for example, the image that you are looking at now, the roundabout connects two segments of the Green Promenade. But when they converge on the roundabout, what happens? Do they go up? Or, what do they do under the filtration architecture, water filtration architecture? I would almost like to call it a kind of the pantheonic infrastructure. It's almost like an pantheon of infrastructure, somewhat like that. But I would like to know a little bit more how the two segments of the Green Promenade converges and what happens, the kind of drama that might occur under the roundabout, the kind of the rotunda, let's call it the rotunda. What happens? I think that would be my key question, but I think overall, your idea of taking the river metaphor to create an urban promenade or a kind of an green boulevard, whatever you want to call it, is very fascinating. In a way, river has been metaphorized as a walkway. I think that's interesting. But tell me a little bit more as what happens under, or in other words, how the roundabout kind of acts as a agora for the different segments of the Green Boulevard.
I think, well, first of all, thank you. And I also studied abroad in Barcelona, so maybe subconsciously that was part of my thinking when it came to creating this Green Boulevard. But definitely the connection was a challenge for me throughout the process. At one point I was thinking of fully extending that green channel through the central roundabout where the pavilion is, and using having everything elevated above, as if it's if there was no disruption. But I think as I got further in this project and I wanted to create, at least for this roundabout, a terracing that seemed like it was cohesive with the rest of the plaza, I had to interrupt that. So maybe for this particular roundabout, I was thinking of more man-made piping below, which is not as fun, but I think that it would definitely be something that I would want to explore to make that a more natural connection, because at the same time, I didn't want to completely disrupt the urban fabric of the roads that existed in that area.
No, when I was looking at your project, I almost thought that you are using the water filtration rotunda as a form of public education, that you are making people aware about the kind of our moral responsibility to water preservation and etc. So I thought that it's almost like an educational infrastructure to making people aware of water scarcity as well as our need to preserve it.
Yeah, I think I also thought of it almost as a sensory experience, like standing in the middle of this pavilion, surrounded by these plants, and seeing how the process is actually working as you're experiencing that, and then also using that space as a place to gather. I think it held a lot of different identities when I was thinking of it, really designing it.
Maybe you can just add to this. So do I understand well? So, I mean, if there is a lot of water and flooding, so essentially, things would continue like that, no? And is that one of the questions technically? So you are saying now that in a way, maybe the green that we have here could also be, remain underneath the kind of monument. So I think for me, the water filtration part, I trust you. I don't know really what to add to this discussion. Because I'm not competent, but urbanistically speaking, I just believe that maybe the green could continue, and you would need obviously some pipes, that would continue underneath the street level. But I think that your proposal is convincing and already ambitious enough, to make that credible. Maybe I think again, what I appreciate, you really insist very strongly on this question of public space. I don't know, again, exactly what this means. Does it mean the same that I'm used to in a place like Addis Ababa? But I think it's something that our profession, let's say if we're architects, urban designers, we are one of the very few who really insist on this. No, I'm not saying that on a personal level, an engineer could not appreciate public space, but I think within the profession, even if we see what goes on every day here in the US, the whole question of, people coming together, what makes up our community, and I think to a large extent it is through the fact that we can meet in the public realm, not only digitally. And so I appreciate very much that you put this in the forefront, because I think there's no other discipline that will take this question over. I mean, obviously you could talk to sociologists, but they don't have usually the spatial relationship. So I think it's really important. It's something that I can very much relate to. In regards to this question of I think roundabouts tend to interrupt. That's maybe Adnan, where your comment came from, no? So I'm trying to think about the experiences with roundabouts which are not interrupting, a linear movement. And so I think usually it happens more towards the sides. No? I mean, if you look, I don't think that Arc de Triomphe from Paris is the right comparison, but eventually, you don't get to the Arc de Triomphe. It's very difficult. You have to take a tunnel or whatever, so you are, what happens, probably it's like you're trying rather to make this connection here all around to make it as pedestrian, as attractive as possible. So I guess, from a pedestrian movement, that's probably that would happen here. And you're using the center now to create a monument, if it's water filtration or not. But again, we have few opportunities probably in a city like Addis Ababa to add new monuments. And so I think this is a good way of using it and somehow making a sign. Maybe last comment for me, because we are talking here increasingly about a larger scale. So maybe I would have liked, because I find it so attractive with all the reasons that Adnan described, what you're proposing, that we're almost feeling like we want to see a little bit more about this. What does it really mean on the scale of a human being? And so at the moment, for me, it's difficult here to evaluate, is the fact that you are covering it with this kind of walkway. I mean, because in the 2D drawings from top, it looked like the green area is actually a bit smaller, while here, the green area is the majority of the whole street. So I'm wondering, do you really everywhere need this kind of massive effort? Or could you sometimes maybe have negotiated on a kind of a smaller scale, the importance of whatever I assume is going to be a sidewalk, and how this relates to whatever kind of opportunities here that come out of the street and what makes up the street, which are the two sides next to it. So I think I think the next phase is not to only see your proposal as some kind of a new element, but how it becomes something that the surroundings really benefit and connect to. So I mean, economically speaking, this is an opportunity to create opportunities for development, which I think it also has to be seen somehow as part of the process. I mean, how do you pay for all of this?
Yeah, that's definitely a challenge. I think that in certain areas, at least the idea of a sidewalk was to have this, like, I don't know, very natural feeling, but then have these like stronger connections, like pathways leading to the like urban context. I didn't have time to really fully dive into that with my drawings, but that was definitely something that Ruben and I discussed throughout the process.
But could you go back to the 2D version of that?
Here.
Just kind of, get rid. Yeah, didn't you have like one larger scale, or was this just for another part of your?
There are 3 different ones, so maybe was it this one? Or
maybe I'm okay. Right. Okay, so now I understand a little bit better. To be honest, I had not fully understood that all of this here, is essentially all of this is on top of this green, this kind of artificial river, right? Okay. Yeah. So my question is, how could the kind of the streets, the car movement, the pedestrian movement, and the blocks surround, if we can call them blocks, be connected to that as well as possible?
I'll show this section here. So it kind of is aligned with the plane, like maybe a little bit raised to the plane of the cars and the pedestrians. But it's definitely like it's not meant to be like a huge, like clunky, like.
Yeah, it's on the same level.
It's on the same.
Yeah.
Level.
Doesn't it rise sometimes? I thought there were pillars. So it kind of undulates.
It doesn't rise. It depends on like the topography of the river. So throughout the entire project, I think especially in the special roundabout, in order to create this.
So can you go back? Can you go back to the previous? Yeah, hold it here. See, no, go back. See the P columns. So that means go back. Go back to the hold it. You hold it here. So I thought the columns it goes, so it doesn't rise, but rather the topography goes down, or kind of. Oh, I see. Okay.
It's not super dramatic. I think sometimes the columns might be like a little bit off in measurement, but like it's not like a huge dip, but it's definitely elevated, but still at the street level. Elevated from the channel, but still.
Going back to my earlier comment, and I agree with Eric that you have a great opportunity to use the edges of the Green Boulevard to spur new kinds of relationship to the urban fabric that's around. So how do you kind of, it is the almost like the micro scale of street furniture, if you will, that or kind of, edge, almost in a Kevin Lynchian sense, the edge. How do you create the edge of the Green Boulevard to create new kinds of dialogue with the surrounding areas? I think that would be very important. Right now, it's a kind of almost an open-ended relationship. You need to kind of choreograph the relationship with the surrounding areas. See, this is what I was trying to get at with my earlier comment, that when you create a river, if you think about a river, it rises in a mountain, correct? It rises in an upper plateau. Where does it end? In the sea, right? So there are two terminuses, right? The mountains and the sea, right? If you use the metaphor of the river, where does it rise? I think you could use your water filtration rotunda as the mountain, as a metaphor for the generation of the river, and its termination as a kind of a sea. It's from the mountain to the sea. I think that linkage is a bit weak. That's why I was trying to understand, how do you kind of begin this linear journey? That is the problem with a linear journey. It must start somewhere and must terminate at some point. So I think you could use the roundabout, the water filtration. I am thinking of how in US civic places we are taking down all kind of false heroes, quote and unquote false heroes, like Confederate statues, etc. We are taking them down. Perhaps your model is a good alternative to voids created by the taking down of heroes of history or Confederate soldiers and equestrians, etc. Perhaps you in the age of climate change, These are the statues that we need in American public civic places. So I think it's a great, but again, going back to the river connection, I think you can think about how to strengthen your metaphor of the river.
Sergio, we have one minute.
All right. Yes. Thank you. Yeah, because I totally agree with the comments you have been providing. I think the strength of this proposal is happening at the ground floor. I think it's not relevant, the building, the pavilion, the roundabout construction you are providing. I think the strength of this proposal is what's happening underground. What you have on this cross section with this water management, I mean, this how you are filtering the water, how you are getting cleaning the water from the rain, and how you are using this water is where the proposal is getting strength. And of course, everything you do should be here. I mean, and totally agree that this green connection, this boulevard should be happening throughout. So you need to spread this proposal, this concept throughout. So in somehow you are setting up all the conditions to allow the city growth, no? So to allow more buildings to settle on different parts of the city. So congratulations for this, because that's comparing this proposal to the ones we have seen in the morning, basically is focusing on the urban design. I mean, on the morning, I mean, the solution were coming from the buildings, from the architectural elements, and in here you are considering the architectural elements to be the environment, no? Just providing the design response onto the urban scale, which is quite important when we are to address this water energy consumption, ecology. So I think I really appreciate the effort you have done for trying to address these problems through the urban design rather than through the buildings. I mean, we can provide a different shape for the pavilion, a different shape or design response for this platform you have over the ground, but the more successful response is coming from the rules you are establishing through the urban design, through these sections, through these platforms, through these subtle elements happening at the ground floor. And really appreciate, I mean, all the graphic drawings you have provided, all the graphic skills you have, because they are really helpful to understand the proposal. So congratulations for this.
Thank you for all the feedback.
Yeah.
Great project.
Thank you for the feedback and great work, Anjali. So if we go to the next student, ADDIS, where are you? Here, okay.
Okay. Can everyone see that?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, hi everyone. My name is Elise Macy. This is my proposal for our phase 3 urban interventions titled Reconnecting with the River. So my proposal focuses on solutions to 4 main issues, which are lack of connectivity, flooding, lack of facilities, and pollution. So in the top left corner, the map, you can see there's an orange zone that highlights where pedestrian paths are the main mode of transportation. And then this is like where my site is located in that area. On the top right, you can see darker blue highlights areas with higher potential of flash flooding. And the dark blue basically totally covers my site. So there's a lot of flash flooding in that area. On the bottom left, you can see where the dark blue highlights informal housing, which completely covers my site. And then the bottom right is pollution, where the darker blue means a higher number of households without proper sanitation. So those are kind of the 4 main issues that I was focusing my proposal solutions on. So here's the master plan for the Upper Cabana River, where the 4 main attributes are highlighted: bridges, branches, meanders, and public facilities. My site is at the very top of the river in the Entoto Mountains. And we can see in the photo that the river banks are fairly steep in this area, which leads to erosion and flash flooding. And you can also, it's an example of some of the bridges that go across the river in this area, which are pretty few and far in between. After doing more research on the steep slopes in this area and how the residents kind of handled this problem on their own, I found that there are many gabion terraces in the area. Although these structures help with erosion, they provide very little connection with the river for residents in this area and don't provide a lot of filtration for pollutants from like the informal housing that kind of just dumps trash in this area. And those houses are frequently pushed right up against those steep riverbanks. Let's see, did I skip? Okay, after further research of facilities and how residents make a living in this area, I found that many of them have informal market stands to sell crafts and goods that they make. Although they do exist in this area, you can see in these photos that they are poorly built. And this area is pretty far away from like the Addis Ababa city center, which means that often residents in these areas that do sell goods have to kind of like use like a middleman to kind of transport their goods to the city center to sell to people there. So they're missing that opportunity to kind of really sell a lot of things themselves. So as we zoom further into the site, here you can see the branch condition, which experiences flash floods, especially in the wet season. Here kind of highlights circulation, where you can see like there's one main road going into the site in the neighborhood from the southwest, and then all the other connections are really relying on just like unsafe road conditions and pedestrian paths. And this kind of also highlights there's really only one main bridge in this area that crosses over the river, and then there's one that goes across the branch. Here, the built areas are highlighted, so you can see that most of the site is just forested area, which means there's an opportunity for a pretty expansive like intervention in this area compared to sites further in the city center. Here's my general site plan where you can kind of see like the branch conditions surrounded by the super steep topography in this area. And here's one section again highlighting the steep banks on which informal housing is often dangerously placed. To further understand, when I was kind of starting my design for this project, steep topography, I was kind of having trouble like visualizing it. So I made a quick site model to really grasp like the steep slope and how just the like slope moves across the whole site. Here you can see how the site floods like currently, with the steep slopes forcing water straight down the river because it really has nowhere else to go. The branch on the right especially floods in the peak wet season. And so with implemented solutions that I'm going to talk about in a moment, this would be the flooding situation with the project on the site. So using strategies to control where the water is going, we can slow it down and prevent flash floods and that erosion that I was talking about earlier. So the first flooding strategy, or I'd be calling them like eco islands, which are just built up topography as like small islands placed in areas that have flattened topography. So basically allowing the water to expand in those areas. And then those islands would delay floodwater and filter pollutants, especially during the wet season, which you can see in that diagram on the right. But this would be mainly just delaying and filtering the water. And then the second flooding strategy is a system of check dams, which are placed in groups to delay floodwater and filter pollutants through the Gabion strategy that we saw earlier that already exists on the site. So it would just, again, allow like, if water's flooding, it would just build up on that topography before like going down. And then the Gabion strategy would help to filter pollutants from that water. And then the third and final flooding strategy is a system of contour trenches and retention ponds. So the trenches follow topography lines or pathways on the site to direct water runoff to retention ponds, where it can be filtered before making its way to the river. So moving on to the lack of connection problem, a solution to this problem that I found is just a system of slow mobility paths and plazas. So these connect surrounding neighborhoods that you can see kind of like just spots of them on the plan along the branch, and then providing bridges across the river as well. So there's connection across that branch. The proposed solution for lack of facilities and proper markets that I discussed earlier is a 3-level system of market stands. So these stands would be built into the topography and will allow for workspaces and selling spaces for local craftspeople. There will also be storage for materials and public restrooms. So this is cutting through level 1. And then here's cutting through level 2, and then you can see the roof plan of level 1 below. And then this is cutting through level 3, so the very top, and then you can see the roof plan of the bottom 2 levels. Here's just the whole site roof plan where you can see all the strategies working in a system together. Here are 2 sections where you can see the markets built into the land, and then the plazas extending out from those markets. Here's a main axon where you can see the entire project. There's also ditches kind of along the tops of the markets to catch the water that's coming down from those slopes and direct it towards retention ponds that are on the side of the marketplaces. Here's a view of one of the plazas and a market stand and one of those rainwater ditches. Here's one of the plazas looking towards the tiered markets across the river on the branch. Here's just another view of those markets again. And here's just the branch and the markets and check dams kind of all working together. And then the bridges across the river. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Elise.
Well, thank you here for making clear, how steep, some of these areas are. It's quite impressive. I hadn't fully understood. I don't know if this was exactly the same area that another student had or close to it. But yeah, I think it raises also, maybe just to throw something in, this whole question about, the more we make something accessible, the more also it will be to a certain extent consumed. So I think for me, what becomes ever clearer is also this question, when is it also fine to keep a boundary and, therefore also to let the nature be nature. But I understand obviously that it's also a question of, safety and in this case, particularly flooding. One of the questions, maybe you could talk to that a little bit better is again, this of connectivity and movement. And in the context of where you're proposing to create those market places, market stands, somehow I have some doubts here that to me, you are creating quite, in an attractive, attractive spaces in this kind of impressive, mostly natural environment. I'm just wondering to what extent, you can feel comfortable enough that there will be enough movement to use this for markets. I mean, a market eventually is a little bit like a mall, and everything like the rent, for example, that you pay has all to do with a certain amount of movement, enough people who would walk by because they might have to go somewhere else. So I don't know if you understand, could you maybe talk a little bit to that?
Yeah, I know, I see what you're saying. And it is definitely in definitely further away from the city center. So it's more about, I guess, like vegetation is in this area and stuff like that. But I think the goal of the pathways was like, before there was just like, there's 2 existing bridges, I think, in this whole area that I've at least seen from Google Earth, and just pictures from previous trips that have gone, but just these like kind of just like pockets of like little small, like little, there's like this pocket and this one. So I kind of like with this main road coming from the city center, I was like really hoping to kind of implement like an expansive pathway strategy so that these people, because there's not a lot of like car transportation, could have like, safe pedestrian pathways to get, to this road or, to other pockets of like housing and stuff. So I guess just fostering a sense of community was mainly my goal.
But I think you're creating from, we can discuss now details, whatever, but I think you're creating something very attractive. If I see those white spots, that's essentially what we're talking about. That's what you're creating. They seem to be like really strong spaces with fantastic views. And, you seem to provide a connectivity to, where people live. It's still for me difficult to understand if somebody has to use them or not. Probably not. But because of that, maybe in this case also we just have to, we have to assume that all of this has a certain cost. And I could imagine that to add some real cultural amenities here, for me, would make it more convincing. Obviously, it would further raise the cost. It might not be the right neighborhood because, you said there's a lot of informal, it's probably a very poor neighborhood. But maybe we can, through comparative analysis and precedent, find examples of why somebody, I don't know, the city should find the means in order to create this kind of beautiful succession of spaces.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure that the markets will pay for that.
Yeah, yeah, I definitely went back and forth on kind of the program of what I was thinking for the area, but I was just struck by kind of reading about how a lot of them don't have any like direct way to sell their goods and stuff. So, but I also think it's very like, really anything could go in these, like they could be public restrooms, so moving forward, I guess.
Hi, Ellis. Sergio, you want to go first?
Well, no, it's up to you. I mean, I was just adding a few comments, but well, maybe I can do it very quickly. I think maybe the solution could be coming for using local resources and local materials. Because I think the strategy of using the contour lines to make all the architecture happen, I think it's smart. Because these pavilions are like hidden, no? They are like following these contour lines, so in somehow they are only you can't see the architecture. That the architecture is part of the landscape, which is a smart solution. And maybe this kind of corridors, these platforms, these connections between these walkways you have, I think that they should be. In somehow they should follow the same rules. So they should be just following the contour lines as they are, but they should be built maybe in a more subtle way, And maybe the solution could be coming from the local materials on how they solve the bridges, on how they build the pathways. So in somehow which elements can be implemented here. So it's like a very subtle architectural solution. And maybe again, so these plazas for the markets, why not creating more humble spaces with nature? So what kind of vegetation you have here that you can use to be part of the architecture, or the garden beds, or how the water creates the urban design. So in somehow it's about having a broader reading of the site, just getting which materials can we use to design the project, the urban design, and maybe that's the solution. I mean, so we don't need to go for artificial materials, artificial elements. Yeah, maybe the solution could be just using the materials you have over there, as you are doing for this kind of a market elements, the buildings that they are very subtle, very hidden, just following the contour lines in a very subtle way. I think that's a very successful approach. And why not doing the remaining design with the subtle and maybe the hidden elements from the site?
Yeah.
No, these are. I agree with all the comments that were made. I think the strength of your scheme is the network of walkways. That I think that's that's the strength. I think there's a kind of almost a social campaign of environmental challenges, making people aware of environmental challenges by bringing them here and having them walk and see how rivers behave. In other words, it's a kind of a walkway as an infrastructure of hydrological knowledge. So I think that's the strength. I think you could have told us or shown us or graphically represented how the walkways are part of a network of cities' larger movements. So I think that would have been if you just told us that I just want to create a walkway to educate people about the challenges rivers face in developing economies, etc., etc. I think that would have been great. I am not sure that encroaching these kind of potentially beautiful naturescape with markets, people would, people who criticize the new liberal world order, that market has engulfed us every square inch of our lives. They might say, and they would, those critiques would probably include me. And I, they would probably say that why do we need more markets? You could argue that markets would provide livelihood to impoverished people, informal settlement dwellers who live around these places. It would generate employment. But the problem is that when markets always enter the scene, enter nature with a small noise, but then they become a huge noise, and ultimately nature becomes subservient to the market forces. So I think this is, if I understood from Ruben's design pedagogy and his statement, it almost feels like this is this design is an act of activism. How do we make people aware of environmental challenges? Hydrology, with I'm working on in number of developing countries right now, and I see that the encroachment into nature is the greatest threat to many cities around the world today. So market is encroaching into everything. So I think your idea of creating a walkway as an educational infrastructure, making people see the challenges firsthand, simply that simple infrastructure would have killed this project. So think about it as you grow as an architect, as you climb your architectural ladder. Think about it. Your intervention matters. With a simple environmental gesture, you can educate people. You can transform people's lives. So think about it as you grow. Think about the we have to sometimes exercise extreme sensitivity, extreme caution, so that we don't aggravate environmental challenges more. So I think a simple walkway would have been enough. I didn't mean to cause this long silence, but
I think this was a beautiful. I completely agree. So maybe to a certain extent, some of your proposals could be much more modest. I think the question is almost how could you create an optimum of natural experience for the people who live in the surroundings, and maybe people coming from elsewhere with a minimum of means. Like even the bridge that at the moment. Seeing the bridges, they look like something relatively, heavy and difficult to build. Could just be again this kind of hanging bridges, but they're creating a network. So, yeah, I'm really grateful for this comment.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you are proposing a market or a different program. I think it's the approach of the project you have. So I think it's the way is just hidden within the environment, which is successful. And of course, the community can choose a different program for these constructions. I mean, because I think they are working good in terms of energy, because at the end they are like a sunken, I said they are underground, which is in terms of the energy consumption is very, very efficient. So they can also just work with just as a filtering the water from the top of the hill. So I think the energy and water management, they are working good, and they can be used with a different program. But at this stage, I mean, this could be further developed. I mean, as far as you are engaging people, engaging the community, the residents to develop this proposal. And I totally agree. I think that all the elements should be designed in a very humble way. So in somehow they could have been here for a long time. So it's not, they don't need to be artificial. So everything you propose should be just following the site rules. I mean, the site conditions, just working with the local materials, with local resources. But this could be further developed. So I think at this point, I mean, the network connection, how you are solving these issues, I think is very, very successful. And I can only say congratulations again for the proposal, and it's very, very well drawn, very well proposed. And yes, and thank you for everything.
Well, thank you also for your comments, guys. And thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Lots of food for thought.
Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so if we move on with our next student, Jessica. Okay.
Hi, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. So this is the Addis Ababa River City project, and my proposal for the urgent interventions. I've titled my project To the River. I've decided to focus on 3 issues that affect the site directly. Due to river pollution and inadequate water distribution, there's a pressing setback with water for both the homes and the river. Additionally, the river is inaccessible due to a lack of proper bridges, steep slopes because of Addis's sporadic topography, and fences that border private property. And finally, because of the growing population in Addis Ababa, there is a lack of proper sewage and drainage channels that are constantly polluted or overflooded. Therefore, I will be addressing water scarcity, lack of connectivity, and lack of facilities in my proposal. These issues do not only affect the direct site, but spread throughout Addis Ababa and all of Ethiopia. There have been multiple climate-related obstacles that have placed Addis in a predicament that cannot be easily solved. Ethiopia's geographical location makes the country susceptible to various landscape and cultural conditions. Its capital, Addis Ababa, is located in a highland region where the climate is exposed to 3 major rainfall seasons. Due to climate change, the rainy seasons have become sporadic and the dry seasons are prone to droughts. Addis Ababa's complex topography begins its highest range in the northern Entoto Mountains and slopes southward. The city's topography creates a range of climatic, hydrological, and ecological conditions which affect its infrastructure and population. And the city is also engrossed by the Big and Little Akaki River, whose tributaries descend from those Entoto Mountains in the north, creating quite a unique landscape. The rivers are often directly affected by industrial, residential, and commercial pollution, which only amplify the seasonal flooding and erosion. However, the even distribution across Addis Ababa creates the potential for efficient and repeatable solutions to flooding, pollution, and water distribution across the city. Flooding also is extremely common throughout Addis due to rapid urbanization, high unemployment rates, and a lack of housing. A majority of informal settlements have occupied on the only urban land available, which are the river buffers. As much as 80% of residents in Addis Ababa live in these informal settlements, and 10% of those are built within the floodplains. Because the site is located just south of the Entoto Mountains, it's isolated from most basic necessities. Firstly, it's positioned at a significant distance from the main watersheds in the metabolic region, positioning the site at quite a disadvantage from the primary water resources. Bridges are the main connection points between the 2 sides of the river. Because a majority of those informal settlements are established along the river, the private homes create a barrier between the city and its river due to those fences bordering private property. And during the Italian occupation, Italy established the Mercato, which is the largest open-air market in Africa. There's many other smaller markets throughout Addis, yet they're extremely porous throughout the city. And currently, only 20% of residents have access to flushable toilets, making pit latrines a popular source for most residents, which magnify the pollution in the area, and they're often shared with multiple families. The site itself is located in an area where only 15 to 20% of residents have access to adequate sanitation. And finally, the water supply distribution is managed through the Addis Ababa Water and Sewerage Authority. The site experiences a low in overall water supply service, which can be derived from water loss due to pipe leakage, overconsumption, or other consequential factors. Currently, the Addis Ababa Water and Sewage Authority supplies 60% of the city's population, while the remaining 40% is unaccounted for. So focusing on these issues, I developed a scheme to combat them through design in 3 entities, the first being the river, mobility, and built. So by analyzing and identifying these issues, we can move further by integrating them with one another and problem solving simultaneously. At the master plan scale, we have identified 3 main components that will compose a proposal to address the issues of the city. The first, a meander diversion, which is meant to cut through the meanders' low-lying floodplains. This helps mitigate flooding along the river as well as utilize vegetation to filter and clean water. Through design efforts, connection points can gather residents to new areas and creating new pathways to ease accessibility between neighborhoods. And finally, addressing the inadequate sanitation and lack of facilities by creating activation centers with a dual program of aiding the public and treating wastewater at a smaller scale. So when we reach the neighborhood plan, we can begin to analyze the local elements that directly affect the site. The Upper Cabana River splits the site in 2 with dense settlements on either side and the Limosa Forest in the northeast corner. There's currently very few vehicular roads that connect to the site. A majority of the residents rely on pedestrian paths that are often flooded during the rainy seasons. There's only 1 pedestrian bridge that connects these 2 neighborhoods on either side of the river. And the existing settlements that rest on the site are made up by mostly informal housing. These homes lack access to proper sanitation and drainage. There are very few facilities near the site. These facilities are, however, at quite a distance from the site, and residents must cross the unsafe bridge and climb the steep slopes of the Ntoto Mountains to reach them. And the existing vegetation borders the area on the east side of the river and north as it encroaches the mountainous ranges. Because of the large scale of the site, I have decided to split the area up into 4 zones in order to work in phases and adjust the desires of the site as need be. So I've narrowed a plot in one of the zones and decided to just focus on this area before attempting to adjust and design the entirety of the site. As mentioned earlier, the 3 components to the proposal are the meander diversion, the connectivity areas, and the public facilities. The idea is to create a mirrored and paralleled scheme to encourage modularity within the master plan. Therefore, the scheme is a repetitive pattern of housing, facilities, the connection to the river, the meander, and then the mirrored connection to the river, the facilities, and the housing. Through an analysis of the existing topography and activity in the area, it's established on the east side of the river. There's an informal soccer field, which you can see in the photo on the right, where the community has already establishes an active environment. So taking this into consideration, the meander diversion is then centered around this field, creating an eco-island that only exists when the flood volume is high. This adjustment in the topography creates a new spatial experience while also mitigating flooding in lower parts of the river. And in doing this, we can control the heavy water flow during the wet season in Addis. The meander acts as a filter and is inhabited during only during the wet months, allowing residents to discover the area when the rain is absent. Additionally, it controls the flooding in the area where the eco-island will flood instead of those settlements. So similarly, by analyzing the existing desired paths throughout the area, this allows us to understand how residents are approaching the site, and then they're approaching the river specifically. So because of the steepness of the topography, those routes are very tricky to progress through. Therefore, creating ramps throughout the area allows pedestrians to enter the site at their own location. Additionally, the placement of plazas along the path creates these activation sites that encourages residents to visit this area. And when identifying the existing roads and the pedestrian paths, these two areas on either side of the river that sit at the intersection of the river and the roads host those main activation centers. These centers serve multiple purposes, the most important being an area for the community with program like communal restrooms, showers, laundries, workshops, and market areas. By accumulating rainwater and runoff, the facility serves the community by providing those much needed resources. We understand the intervention of the activation centers and those pathways as the minimal approach to adjusting the landscape. The centers create connection points on either side of the river as the topography is subtly altered, achieving horizontal and vertical mobility. During the dry season, the meander diversion is a spatial experience that allows residents of the neighborhoods to enjoy a soccer field as a communal hub, and the activation centers are populated as the markets operate and the workshops are in use. And when the flood volume is high during those 3 rainy seasons, the spatial area floods to protect its community. So again, we can see here that the community is populated. The community populates the area where the activation centers act as a catalyst for communal inclusion. And then we can see the ease of access between those two sides of the river with the paths. Zooming into the activation centers and the area that they occupy, the scheme was understood in 3 parts: the terraced platforms, the distinction between mass and void, and the vitality of modularity and program. Identifying the program of the facilities allowed me to understand that this structure needed to be modular, adaptable, and customizable. Dividing the area into the platforms allows for 2 things. The first is to adjust the steepness of the topography, and the second is to discern program. Then from there, we must understand the placement of mass in the area. The platforms create a diversion between the 3 buildings, identifying the mass and voids that create the boundaries. And finally, analyzing program and the needs of the community allowed me to establish a modular typology that identifies the mass in 3 parts: individual sites, such as the plazas along the path, the division of gendered buildings for privacy and protection and sanitation needs, and a larger typology that centers around the community. So when adapting the facilities to the actual site, we must recognize the irregularity and therefore be adaptable to the existing topography using those schemes as a guide. The plan splits the program into those 3 identifiable buildings where rainfall retention pools border the gendered buildings, occupying the voided boundary that acted as that guide. And additionally, on the opposite side of the boundary is a water tank that is used to filter and clean water as it is distributed throughout the site. And on the lowest platform is the largest typology, the communal building, which houses the market, workshop, laundry, and water refill and treatment centers. The platform allows a system to take place for the distribution of water throughout the area. The retention pools transfer water to cisterns underground, which cycle through the water tanks, filtering potable water. The butterfly roofs guide rainfall through gutters in the center that guide water into the retention pools or drain directly into the cisterns. The mirror typology of the 2 activation centers connects on either side of the river by directing the eyes to the opposite side. So we see this here on the west side of the river, and then again on the east. So through these components, an intervention is possible and applicable at a master plan scale. This proposal has the ability to become a repeatable and efficient solution that can apply to those 4 zones of the site. So thank you so much. That's my proposal.
Thank you, Jessica.
I might maybe, sorry, I just realized that actually I have to leave soon, so I'm going to be a bit rude maybe and take the first step here. The what I appreciate here, I think it's probably from the project that I've seen this afternoon, the one that really doesn't appear like a separate and additional intervention, but something that is drawn at least partly also as a figure ground within an existing context. No? So I appreciate also that, you know, here we really see urban design somehow presented in a different way. So I think it's a complement to what we have seen before. I think parts of that I could imagine, you know, could be incorporated in the former projects. And I think it makes a lot of sense to see how we can improve the existing context rather than only add, you know, in this kind of, you know, natural sites next to the river. So I'm kind of intrigued about that. So I think this becomes also more architectural. You know, we see the 2 views here on the left bottom and right bottom, which are, you know, going towards architecture. One of my questions here, rather than comments, would be, I'm wondering at a certain point, this also, I think, suggests that maybe residential uses could be incorporated as well. Again, I'm trying to come back a little bit to the kind of economic argument that we have here to make. And, you know, while obviously, particularly in poorer areas, the provision of housing does not automatically generate income, or rather the opposite, but it's still something to consider. I think also this question before, does it have to be one family housing? Could it be at least row houses? Some of those ideas one could imagine to be incorporated in what I see here. So yeah, sorry again to maybe say those things too quickly, but I have to jump out, and thank you so much. It was a pleasure for me to be here. I like the kind of radical approach, you know, not just taking into consideration, in this case, the watersheds, but actually taking them at the starting point without, to a certain extent, knowing more about the city. So for me, this is kind of an interesting approach, and once again, quite radical. So congratulations, and yeah, good luck with your discussion.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you so much.
Bye, Adnan, Sergio.
Bye. Ruben, I also need to leave after this presentation. I'm sorry, I have a hard stop at 5. I need to join another meeting at 5. So I'm sorry about that. But let me make a few quick comments. Jessica, I like your project. It's interesting. I think you are the one who has a lot of architecture in your scheme, which is interesting. But what I like about your project is that the architecture that you have created around the river are not overwhelming the natural landscape. They have the kind of the personality of being blended. They are more merged in the landscape. They are, in other words, there is a quality of humility of this architecture. They could have been fleshed out a little bit more, since you have actually dealt with architecture. You could have, you could have shown the kind of the architectural language. What kind of architectural language do you introduce here? Are they kind of too abstract or too alien to the landscape? What kind of architecture would be appropriate for this particular very unique landscape? I think you need to talk about it a little bit more. and perhaps graphically a little bit of more sketching. I would like my architecture to be like this, but looking at your sections, your architecture is I think is not screaming. They are whispering, which I like. In other words, you have created a whispering architecture rather than screaming architecture. Sometimes we just need to just create whispers rather than shouts. So your presentation is good, and your verbal presentation was also very articulate, which I appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Ruben, am I able to excuse myself?
Of course, Arlan. I understand.
Before I go, can I make 2 comments for your all students? I will take a minute. Is that okay?
Yes, please.
Okay. I think first of all, I would like to congratulate you, Ruben, for continuing this studio. I have seen this before. I think this is a very worthwhile exercise and investigation. You must do something with this studio. As you move on, perhaps a book with all your student work over the years. I clearly see a book project coming out of this experience, which is a multi-year experience, I think. So I want to just highlight 2 points. One is a project like this requires multidisciplinarity. Just using architectural tools, we simply cannot do justice to a project like this. We must be multidisciplinary. For example, we have to do a little bit of sociological detective work. Who are these people we are designing for? Their household income, their household size, the microeconomy of this region, etc., etc. So you have to be an anthropologist, you have to be a sociologist, you have to be an architect, you have to be an urban designer, you have to be a botanist, you have to be an environmentalist. So all this together. So this project is this studio gives you a unique opportunity to exercise multidisciplinarity. I think that's very important. The second thing is, this is for all your students, Ruben, humility of our intervention. Humility of our intervention. Sometimes we feel that as architects, we know everything. We can just come in with a helicopter and then drop our masterpiece, drop our falling water on every project. I think we must first understand the language, the quality of the site that we are trying to intervene in. We must understand the context. So in other words, in order to understand the context, in order to hear the voices of the local people, we have to come down from the sky. We can't be gods in the clouds. We have to come down on the street, on the landscape, on the ground, and then hear and get a lot of information from the people, everyday people. That's when we can begin to be a sensitive, sensible, responsible designer.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your comments and for your generosity and time. Adnan, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Good luck with your project. Take care. Thank you, Ruben.
Thank you. Bye-bye, Adnan.
I'm so sorry that I wasn't able to see other projects.
No worries. I understand. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Jessica, thank you also for your great work. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And we only have Ila Gonzalez is going to join us in 5 minutes. So you will have also, and just, pushing Sonsoles to join us right now. So you will have also.
Should we just wait a few minutes then?
Yeah, So I think that maybe it will be good. I'm just trying to call her. They are just wrapping up she's in another review in Ecuador.
Yeah.
They are just wrapping up, and well.
It's nice of her to come to this one too.
So are you ready? Do you have your presentation ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
And write it to her. Okay, so 5 minutes and we will be she will join us. So in the meantime, maybe what I could do is just to share. I think that everybody's here, guys. Lauren, Bryce, Elise, Angelique, Chris, Keida, Brittany, Jeremy. Again, Brittany, I can see. So everybody, please, if you can just join right now, I will just explain in the meantime the next and very last step. Okay. And then Sonsoles will join us, and then Ida can just explain her project. So the very last, let me just open my, will I have it here? I have it here. Just opening the assignment. Brittany, Jeremy, Chris, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, let me just. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So if you remember, just the last thing that we will need to do after today's review is just to wrap up the studio with the digital submission, okay, as we did previously. So this is nothing, new. The only thing that is new here is that we only need to submit, one final digital portfolio for all this intervention. And as you can imagine, it will be just this state, this moment, no, not only the previous submissions, but only this. Okay. So the idea will be, again, we have a specific folder, the one that is final digital folio, the complete one, not the PDF, the complete one. So you can just click here and you will have that folder. And then again, as we have done previously, please try to follow the naming protocol as always with something, like, well, in this case, it won't be diagnosis, but it will be maybe your project with the idea of the I don't know, plan, ground floor or something like that, no? And then just to create the following folders, as we did also previously, final presentation, the final review, that it will be today's PDF, surname and name, individual drawings, single PDF for each of these, drawings that we have presented today. Then the illustrator, one for each topic or drawing. Okay, so I don't know, one for the plan, one for the flooding scheme, one for the section, one for the AXO, one for the view, one for view number 2, blah, 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 no? Then the InDesign package, remember that is a package of today's final presentation. Then photos of it you have used, Rhino or CAD, especially in this case, just clean the drawing and just the last, files that you have used. And something that we are adding in this at this moment, that is also important, is a Word file with a source description of your project. Okay, so maximum 300 words, okay, of your project. So just try to describe your project, and then just finally sources, no, in Chicago style. Okay. So this will be the deadline for this is this Friday at 12 p.m. Okay, so we still have time for doing that. After that, I will check and remember that this is like, if I remember right, 20% of the final. It's not right in here. 20% of the final grade. Okay, so let's try also to do it also on time and do it properly. Okay, so we don't need to redo anything, because my idea will be that if you upload everything by 12, I will use that afternoon of Friday just to check everything. Okay, every single submission, and then after that, in case that we still need to or something is wrong, okay, I will send an email and we will have like Saturday to do that, because we need to publish the grades on Monday. Okay, so any questions? You will have an announcement for this that I prepare. Okay, so in a few minutes at 5 p.m. you will have an announcement also with this PDF. Okay, yeah, guys, any questions? Rosales is just coming, Ila. She just text me that she's just on the elevator. Guys, any question about the digital folio? No, but we have, yeah.
I have one quick question for the 300-word description. Do you want us to describe our project, like the state of our site, and then what we did?
I don't understand quite well. So,
like, are we saying what we did to our project for the 300-word description?
yes.
Okay.
Proposal. So in your case, I don't know, we are working at Peacock Park, and the idea would be like to have these rings, blah, blah, blah. So it's a description.
Just our concept and everything.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mainly conceptual. Okay, so we don't need to. Yeah, it's also I can see. So we don't need to go.
Can you hear me?
No. Yeah. So we don't need to go to a lot of detail. Okay. So in 300 words at the end are 2-3 paragraphs, more or less. So you cannot go deeper. Okay. So as Sonsoles is here, Ila, you are the lucky one who will have the best reviewer in town.
I am definitely lucky. Okay, let me share my screen. Thank you for coming, as always. All right. Can you see and hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. So my name is Ella, and I spent the studio researching a meander condition in a primarily residential site in central ADDIS. And I have an interest in housing and residential architecture. So this site hosts quite a lot of that, but with a few urgent issues taking precedent. So as you're well aware now, our first concern is flooding, and all 4 of these types plague the city and affect thousands of residents along the site. And 40% of flooding can be attributed to a loss of green space due to the absorbing nature of vegetation. So green space will be a primary strategy to mitigate flooding. And the third urgent issue is the adequate and safe housing of residents. 80% of people in the city live in informal housing, and informal housing tends to cling to the river's edge, where land is less valuable due to frequent flooding. And in total, an estimated 30,000 residents along the site are left vulnerable to flooding. Since that river buffer zone is the most problematic, I wanted to focus my intervention there. And then fourth and final, connectivity. So street continuity, pedestrian bridges, etc. That will all come into play. So here's a look at our broader studio master plan that's been developed over a few years. My site is site 8, and it highlights the meander condition of the Copacabana River, which is coming from the mountains to the north and Renton south. And this zone is located in a relatively urban, dense central part of ADDIS, as I said. So I started with a study of the existing program along the site, beginning with green space. The central green strip along the river is the river buffer that isn't really green so much as brown, but it acts as the floodplain. And I've learned that floodplains are essential to landscape health. So I wanted to maintain and activate this space in my proposal. And then I'll quickly flip through other program in the area, starting with schools, religious facilities, really not many. Several textile mills kind of concentrated here. And then some commercial development, political and civic buildings, health, and pharmacies, hospitals, hotels. And then of greatest interest to me are the housing types. So I've grouped apartments, condominiums, and row houses together as they're all distinct from the more common informal housing. Condominiums in particular are part of a government effort to rehouse people who are endangered by flooding. But as far as design goes, recent critiques show that these condominiums often fail to accommodate the types of spaces that people in ADDIS actually use, like enclosed kitchens, for example. So in a lot of ways, these housing types are actually falling short. But the much more prolific strategy or housing typology that you can see in ADDIS is the informal house. And it's often just one room, but houses on average 5 or 6 people. And this is just an estimate of informal housing based off of Google Earth, so take it with a grain of salt. But informal housing has accumulated, especially along the river, due to rapid population growth and the unfavorable and therefore cheap conditions along the river. And informal houses are often self-built, as you can see in the image there. So we start to understand the city's attitude towards the river as one of a sewer or a backyard that suffers extensive pollution and seems to be more of a barrier to connectivity rather than an opportunity. So I wanted to think of it as an opportunity. And in terms of current flooding conditions, flood-prone zones endanger over 300 informal housing settlements, which could house as many as 1,500 people. And this is where most of the intervention will take place. So I'm citing a new floodable residential master plan here. So I started by removing those vulnerable houses, and then I added subtle river diversions dictated by topography to start the effort to shift the load of flooding off of the river and put it onto the land. And then the overall flooding strategy could be described as a riparian park. So working within the floodplain, riparian park owns existing topography and biodiversity so as to maintain the dynamic and natural quality of the river, while constantly cleaning and absorbing all the time. And at the lowest level, a constructed wetland with rich soil and pollution-catching shrubs absorbs the most water and improves water quality through phytoremediation. And then at the highest level, in green, the lush vegetation bank prevents erosion and collects runoff from above. Each zone in between transitions from the one before, creating this gradual and intentional flooding and cleaning system. It's also in harmony with the existing slope condition of the site. The upper vegetation bank terrace extends into the urban fabric as a series of public parks. So I'm always trying to add green space whenever possible. I think the city kind of lacks that. And let's see, while the first several levels are floodable during the dry season, the entire riparian system functions as an occupiable park. So it can be totally flooded or it can be totally dry. It's flexible depending on conditions. And this is the site with no flooding, and I've used this gradient of colors to denote the different riparian levels. So in section. And the cleaning strategy also reaches into the urban fabric, but in a more subtle way. So a series of retention ponds line the park in blue to absorb urban runoff and stormwater. And then the collected water could be drawn into an underground pump system and used for agriculture and gardening purposes as part of the upcoming housing strategy that I'll get to. And then green streets from the master plan also inform infiltration trenches are then dug along existing green streets to further absorb runoff, which could then be directed to new urban agriculture and gardening facilities in the upcoming housing strategy. And then those streets inform new pedestrian, bicycle, and car bridges, just so as to increase connectivity across the river. But I only chose to do 2 vehicular bridges so that the site doesn't become too inundated with cars and air pollution and noise pollution. So just 2 car bridges there in red. And then since most people walk for their main form of circulation, priority is given to the pedestrian traffic in the form of a network of elevated walkways along the river and pedestrian bridges across the river to connect both sides. And then now for the architectural strategies, I did try to accommodate some of the essential local program, as well as add some of my own. So I kept the church and the school, but added a new market near the textile mill zone. And then finally we get to housing. So the new housing strategy aims to replace only the most vulnerable housing, but my hope is that it will still keep some of the sort of impromptu character of the existing informal housing. Through research, I've learned that it's important that informal housing be self-buildable and conducive to aggregation so as to accommodate population influx. So I studied some existing proposals to the right about dense urban solutions, and I arrived at this varied system of different housing modules, shared courtyards. And in section, housing surrounds pockets of urban agriculture, like in here, and other shared productive land, so that people can generate food or income. And the housing is raised on stilts to survive flooding even 25 years into the future, but also more so just to provide flexible ground floor space for things like markets that could be going on underneath the houses. Many residents of informal housing depend on running businesses out of their homes, so I wanted to provide space for that. And you can see the riparian park marked by the gradient below too. And zooming into the unit scale, this was like my favorite part. Each unit is some combination of the same size modules. Each unit is between 1 and 2 stories tall, opens up to the outside in some way, and offers an enclosed kitchen as per cultural norms. And the furniture is meant to be suggestive rather than prescriptive, because I really want it to be like flexible and like conducive to mingling and building upon it as the user sees fit. And then the system is conducive to infinite aggregations, I would say. So each block offers interior courtyards, shared gardening and agricultural spaces and green, and other social spaces like for kids to play, people to meet, people to have markets, whatever. And this is the small and medium size option, and then the large option. And then to implement all 3 of them into the master plan, we'll zoom in right here. So at the neighborhood scale, housing aggregations push and pull within the existing space, creating a dense but flexible urban fabric. Open spaces are left for urban agriculture, plazas, sports fields, and then access to the riparian park as well. Within the park, natural topography meets subtle terracing and a slow descent down to the river that doubles as flood prevention too. And from the street to the river, the fabric turns from urban to natural, and then is mirrored again across the river on the opposite side. And I tried to focus most of the hardscaped plazas along the street and more of the pervious green spaces along the park in the spirit of the gradient, so kind of going from gray to green. And I'm not totally satisfied with this drawing, but I imagine the space is this like floodable open park that encourages you to spend time and to engage with the landscape, but it rises up and becomes gradually more urban, more protected. But I definitely think the housing is like way too dense in this one. But there are hundreds of thousands of people living in this area that I wanted to rehouse. So I guess that was kind of my intent. And then I have a little perspective. But yeah, I hope that my goal was to achieve a gradient from urban to ecological and public to private, but all in a way that addresses those 4 urgent issues plaguing the city. And yeah, I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you. Sonso.
Really well done, Ella. I really like the journey that you have been as. You know, it's like first is more related with the problems that they have in terms of a kind of master plan. Is you were speaking about one of your first concern is the flooding. Okay, so how I can start thinking about flooding, not only trying to mitigate that with only the green space and also with the kind of the runoff strategy, but also in a way you were thinking your housing that, okay, my ground floor plan is going to be a place in which they can sell some products because they need to, that's the way of living. So in a way, also the first floor plan can be also used to mitigate that flooding, okay? Because permeable pavements, whatever. I also really like the strategy of the modules because you were thinking about the module of the informal settlement, right? So that was a kind of driver for you to try to set up your idea. And I really like the idea of having 1 module, 2 modules, then suddenly it's 4 modules. Maybe it's a kind of transition in which it's not that 2 modules, maybe it's 3 modules, 4 modules. So depending on the demand of the housing, right? Another really thing that you have very beautiful is the section. In the section, I've seen that you have like 4 stories. When you show us your AXO, it seems that there is like 5, 6. You see? Things that I will do to improve a little bit the portfolio. making a kind of figure ground of your proposal and the urban context. I think the at the beginning, one of your maps shows a little bit the urban context, but I would like to see how you integrate that figure ground that you have created, this kind of puzzle, right, into the existing urban grid. That I'm sure that is gonna match more or less because you are taking as a module the module of the informal settlement. So I think that is gonna match in a way. And also, I would like you to show here if there is a possibility to see how is the existing buildings around, so we can compare how you are integrated your housing, and that is just a matter of increasing your heights or decreasing, or using a kind of strategy of having this kind more high and then reduce because the existing is like that, or I don't know, huh? So I think that, okay, and also I know that you have a kind of certain kind of presentation, but I think that all the process that you have done since the beginning related with the flooding, the green spaces, how you mitigate that, the informal settlements, all the run of strategy, all of that is really, really well thought. Then you jump into the housing, which is fantastic because you also take all of these things that you have speaking at the beginning, but then it's how you integrate that, you know, in the urban context that you have. Because maybe it's just a matter of, I know that you tell us, okay, there are a lot of a housing or a lot of families that need to be replaced in another thing, in another place. But at some point, we also need to control that density, right? Or in a future, maybe there are another places in which you also can repeat that kind of pattern. It's also really, really important if, for instance, if I know that probably you have to think about that, but if you are thinking to move people from one side to the other, try to see, okay, how can we make that big jump a little bit less disgusting, let's say, okay? So it's because they are close to that place, or is because you also provide a way of living, so you leave that ground floor plan for them to place the market or whatever, and also is linked with that bridge, that, you know, pedestrian bridge, because in a way you need to have that place also, that it's a kind of place in which you can walk around, so then you have the possibility to buy the things or not. Because if you place them outskirts, the problem is that probably their business are not gonna work anymore. And I think that you were really, really smart because you are still, you know, on that buffer of that river, and also creating these kind of connections with the bridges is gonna allow you to have that area also for activate that area. Really well done. I love your drawings.
Thanks. Yeah, I hadn't thought of the term module of informal settlement, but that's clever.
That's a clever idea because it's just one unique size, right? In which you have the kitchen, you have the kitchen maybe is outside, but it's just one place for everything, right? So I think that's a smart move that you should mention. And then it's just a matter of combining those modules, because okay, they don't need to live in just one module. As you have mentioned, you have different typologies. It's 2 modules, 3 modules, maybe 3 modules, 5 modules, 4 modules. So it doesn't need to be, you know, 2, 4, 6. So you can combine. And also, if you have the figure ground of the existing grain, maybe it's gonna help you to create your way of puzzle, let's say, okay? Because I mean that is a kind of puzzle in which you are putting the pieces, and also think about because if you go to one of your floor plans in which I can see the bridge and the green spaces. Okay, the previous one, that one. Then what I'm thinking is like, okay, here you create a kind of green space, okay? But it's really smart because you are connecting with here and here. What is gonna happen here or here? Is because here I have another plaza, or is because all of this is more like market in the ground floor plan? I know that you didn't have enough time. It's just to think about, you know, it's like, okay, that is smart. And then here again, we have the same repetition. It's because, you know, maybe here is another kind of market. So at some point, that is a place in which the children are playing, but also the parents are picking them, and just in the way home, they are buying the groceries or whatever. Or it's because that's the road or that's the path to go to the schools. So think about those connections, why you are connecting this part with this other part. Here they are playing, and here maybe they are buying things. So that is what the things that I mean.
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
And here again, you have another example. It's like, okay, maybe it's because here again, there is another cluster of, I don't know, buying another type of things, textiles or whatever.
Yeah.
Mm?
Absolutely.
That's really well done. Well done. That is what I'm missing. So try to make, okay, figure ground of your pieces and the existing pieces. That it seems that is like that, you know?
Yeah. Okay.
And see how it looks.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Ella. Really good job.
Anything else also?
No, everyone is like Ella
Yeah.
in your group. Yeah. Okay. How
Ella,
many
can I say
eggs
a
are
few
you gonna
things? Can I say just a couple of things,
Sure.
maybe? You know, so I agree with, I think that last idea, Sonsoles, you know, just to stitch, you know, from one cluster to another is really good. No, it's really interesting and will help, you know, to give. I think that then even if you keep the stairs, I would suggest, you know, just to make some ramps, as you just have, you know, that slope, just to have some ramps that at the end, you know, it's just very easy just to include them, no? The section to include, you know, just to extend a little bit and to include the buildings that there are in the neighborhoods. I think that is also important to give that idea. Then faces. I think that Sonsoles was trying to say also somehow about faces.
Yeah.
Faces, because you have all the whole master plan, and then suddenly you have, you know, from this is previous and this is new. And usually it's good to have a strategy of how you are going to do that. You are not going to erase everything at once. So maybe, you know, these are the houses that they are most in danger, and then here I have more space. So as I have, okay, the whole master plan, so we will start, you know, by relocating people here, and then is when, okay, we can demolish these houses and relocate these. So how are these kind of relocation strategy in different phases, you know, 3, 4, I think that's for your entire master plan will be more or less enough. No, do you know what I mean?
Draw 3 phases of
Yeah, it's like you have the whole now that you have the whole plan. Okay, so the idea is how do you envision that this can be developed? So my suggestion is, okay, maybe these are the houses that are most in danger. So these are the ones that we need to relocate, the first ones. So not everything at once. So just in 3, 4 moments. Okay.
Okay.
That is something that I think that Sonsoles was trying to say also with how to, you know, make
to increase the density, but with time. So it's how you envision that place in 5 years, how you envision on that place in 20 years, right? And how you envision that place in 50 years. And in your case, it's really smart because you just taking a module. So it's like, okay, you can increase that as the demand, you know?
Then also I think that the paths, the organic ones that you, sorry, the ones that you have close to the river, instead of with these straight lines that in some cases you are making more bridges that, because it's a straight line, a little bit more organic, it would be, maybe more
Which
related
one?
with the slow mobility path that she has along the river, very close to the river, that they are, very straight. Yeah, they are very straight. And I think that a little bit more organic will be.
I didn't notice that.
It will be also, you will differentiate more the organic area, the natural escape, with the urban escape. That is also, I think, that part of also of your idea. And then lastly, I agree with Sonsores that maybe in the actual and the views that you have, you also mentioned that it was very dense.
Yeah.
The views. But I think that the section is great.
It's beautiful.
But also because of the section is lower. So I think that maybe you need to stick, to these 3 or 4 stories, so you can remove more from the other.
Yeah, or it's just the point of view, or I don't know, try to make that less dense, take out some boxes. Yeah,
we have been talking about that.
I took out more, but it wasn't enough.
It's something intuitive, it's not like, because we love your section, it's so beautiful.
Yeah.
So delicate.
We already talked about that the section, also the previous section, it was really, really good. But we're trying to, add density, but, with some kind of balance between density. Well, so I guess that also the views and the actual, now that we have this last folio submission, can be something that maybe we can work a bit. So, well, let me just thank Sonsores for this.
Okay, Lauren, how was your presentation? Yeah, Lauren.
Everybody's was great.
And Jessica.
I think it was okay. They had a lot to say.
It was
Elise and Fiona, Angeli. Okay, I know everyone. Jeremy, Bryce. How was your presentation? It was okay? Were they mean with you?
It went well-ish,
Okay, Ruben, don't let the reviewers be mean with them.
Nobody has been mean,
Okay.
I don't allow anybody. I don't invite, mean people.
If not, you fight them, it's like they have been doing a great effort.
That's true. Well, Sonsores, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you guys. Enjoy your summer. Bye-bye.